Oh god. Hello everyone. Hey Buns, you might have not been first this time, but you're first in my heart. Risha! Hello, hello. I wish not spawn camping this time. Hi Virus, hi Onion. Holy, hello everybody. How is it going? Hello loves, hello Buns. Wait. Technically, yeah, okay. Hello Pyro, hi Soten! Hello Beans, hello Gracia, hello Onion, hello Virus, hello everybody. How is it going? You guys having a good day? You guys having a good day? Oh my god, the sound feels so off for me. Like, what is going on here? It is so fucking weird. What is this? Testing 1, 2, 3. Guess this is why. Maybe it's just been a while, and I just feel like my mic sounds weird. But maybe it's just normal. Maybe it's just normal. I don't know. I don't know. You're right on time for nap time. Wait, what time is it over there? I guess it is like... No, is it almost evening time for you? Have a good nap. Have a good nap. Let's try some BGM. This out. This out. This away. This over here. We're fresh in the PM. So you're like 12 PM or 1 PM? You know, did you ban Beans? Yeah, I give him a minute timeout. If you're gonna be a little shit, you're gonna get treated like a little shit. That's all I'm saying. Hey Ken, how's it going? A scam redeem? Nah, I just gotta get you in other ways, you know? I can't... you guys are too, you guys already know what the other scam stuff is, so I gotta throw it in, you know, when you guys are least expecting it. How are you guys? Everything good? Oof. Man. Yesterday I took the day off and Tad and I were like hanging out and we had plans. We had plans to watch the fucking Death Note movie, which we both knew was gonna be bad. And I... Because I like watching bad stuff once in a while, you know? Because it's fun. It's fun. It's enjoyable when you could just like laugh about how dumb something is. And then, but I was not mentally prepared for how bad it actually was. Like, genuinely so fucking awful. I don't know what the buzz around this movie was when it first came out. I'm assuming a lot of people made fun of it. They must have, because holy shit. Oh my god, Gracia. It is stressful. It is stressful to design them. Because you're just like, what do I want? What do I not want? Is this good enough? Is this not enough? Such a pain. Which movie? The Death Note 2017 live action adaptation on Netflix. It is so fucking bad, okay guys? Because they had to like readapt it to be more American, I guess, right? So the main characters are not Japanese anymore, obviously, right? But like, I just feel like the people who made this or wrote this must have not watched or read Death Note at all. And me, I'm not like the world's biggest Death Note fan, okay? I think Death Note was fun and I appreciate it for what it was. But like, I don't like care so deeply about it and I don't sit here thinking that it's one of the best things ever. But like what they did to it, I really genuinely don't think any of the writers or the directors know enough about Death Note to have worked on this. Because, okay, so they changed the characters around a lot, okay? But like, because these characters are now American, it's Light Turner and like they kept the name Light and L, but then they changed Misa to Mia. I just don't understand. Yes, his name is Light fucking Turner. Hi Andrew, welcome in. Okay. I need to talk about it, okay? I need to talk about it. Light Turner. Here. I have a little... Okay, there we go. Oh, it's me, Light Turner. I'm super smart. So at the beginning of the movie, they're in a high school and it's like recess time, I guess, but I don't know what time it is actually, because I guess it's lunchtime, right? No, it couldn't be lunchtime because they were cheerleaders. They were practice. I don't know, man. But anyway, I couldn't get a good enough picture of her. But this is Misa, aka Mia. Okay. No, I don't know. People were just like all hanging out outside, and I thought it might be lunchtime, but nobody was eating lunch. We got this. We got Light. We got Misa. And for some reason, they were just like, yeah, Light and L can stay. We can't have Misa. That's too far-fetched. Oh, we have L. And then we have Watari, you know, L's homie, right? I've also never even met someone with the last name Turner. Well, actually, same. The American adaptation of Nuna as Nina Turner, painful, fucking painful. But okay, so for them to prove that he's an intelligent character, there's like no way for them to like show us in any other way than for him to sit there doing math problems, and turns out what he does is he does math homework for other students, and they pay him like 20 bucks to do their homework, and it's like, that's how you know he's intelligent, because he can math. And it's like, oh, okay, because every other decision he makes in this movie is stupid. It's so fucking bad. Like, it's at this school with this beginning scene. You can see Misa, aka Mia, is literally a cheerleader at this school, and you know she's edgy because she smokes. She's not, oh, we gotta change the female characters somehow, right? And this is what I really hate about a lot of these adaptations sometimes, is that they always want to make the female character stronger in some way, but by doing it, they do it by making them edgier, and I don't get it. Because if you guys watched the Cowboy Bebop adaptation show, has anyone seen that? They made some major changes to some of the characters in there. No, you have. Oh, you haven't? Maybe it's for the best. Like, oh, there was a lot of things that were okay with it, and obviously Jet and okay, no, there were like some genuinely decent parts in it. Okay, there were some genuinely okay parts, mainly the casting for Spike and Jet, right? But then what they decided to do with Julia was really confusing. Like, what they did with Julia, who is supposed to be like, in my opinion, the very important person in Spike's life that is like always out of reach. Like, she's like a ghost in a way, right? Tonight is the night that I fall for you moments. Oh my god, it's so much worse than that. Hey, Manta! Are the 4 or 5 good scenes gonna save the show? Fuck no. Fuck no. But they always change the female characters to be like, we gotta make them more sassy, because apparently being sassier makes them a better female character. That's how you write women better, right? Not just as people, but as like just sassiness. And I hate that. I hate that so fucking much. And that's what they did with Misa, because like, you know, in the original story, Misa is just like obsessed with Light, or well, Kira, and is just like puppy dog eyes, falling for everything he does, and it's like kind of sad and kind of pathetic. But like, I'm not gonna say she's the best written character in the world, but there was definitely a lot more going on than whatever this shit was. Okay, so a random notebook falls from the sky, he picks it up, and then in the original, right, in the manga, there's only 5 written rules in the notebook itself. And the rules are pretty clear, like the things you can or cannot do, right? And the, or well, generally how the notebook works. But in the adaptation, for some reason, they put all the rules in there, but they don't even explain all the rules. And mind you, there's like over 100 rules, like actually over 100 rules in there. And the original one was 1. The human whose name is written in this note shall die. 2. This note will not take effect until the writer has the person's face in their mind when writing his or her name. Therefore, people sharing the same name will not be affected. If the cause of 3. If the cause of death is written within the next 40 seconds of writing the person's name, it will happen. 4. If the cause of death is not specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack. And then lastly, after writing the cause of death, details of the death should be written in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So that was like the only 5 rules that were shown in the notebook, and then we learned there were more rules later down the line. But they decided to just put all the fucking rules in one go, and there was like, the highest I think they got... They don't explain all the rules. Was like rule 94 or some shit like that. And then they also made up a rule too. Hey baby, hi Mia, welcome in. Now, before, hi Nemu. The motivation for Light doing this is because he truly thought he was justice, right? Like, he thought he was doing the things that other people couldn't do or didn't have the balls to do, and like, he thought he was genuinely doing good even though he was pretty evil. In this, in the fucking 2017 Netflix adaptation of Death Note, he does it for the horny. He does it because she's like, oh wait, you can kill people with a notebook? That's kind of hot. And he's like, well, you think that's attractive? And she's like, yeah, I do. Oh, okay, let's go kill each other. Let's go, not each other. Let's go kill people then. He does it because of Misa? Yes, Baron, yes. He kills the person who killed his mom in some sort of accident and then got away with it. And then he kills a school bully from the beginning of the movie. And then he's like, yeah, I did that. He like just straight up tells her, yeah, I caused his death. And she's like, whoa, that's crazy. And apparently that really turns her on because she's kind of a freak, I guess. And then those two just go on a fucking murder streak where they just like, you know, go and like find out names of bad guys. And it gets, I don't know if it's better or worse, but one of the early lines in this movie is when these two ran into a school bully who was beating up this nerdy Asian kid. They were like, hey, stop, leave him alone, right? And then the bully guy grabbed Light, you know, by the collar, ready to punch him. And then Light says, oh, you were held back 2 years, which means you're 19 years old. So if you punch me, that's child abuse. As a way to stop the bully from trying to punch him, he's like, you don't punch me. I'm 17. So if you punch me, this is child abuse. Don't do it. And of course, he gets punched anyways. I thought that was so funny. I was like, are you serious? That this is our intelligent protagonist. He's so smart. And this is like how you're going to show it by making him do math and say that 19-year-olds are child abusing him. Okay, cool, I guess. Interesting writing. Fascinating. Now, they go on this like whole killing spree with like killing all of these like murderers and like terrible people, dictators all around the world. And there are people who obviously think he's doing a good job, and there's like a little there's like groups of people who are like very happy, right? And guess what? They make a little cult. And what website do they use to praise Kira and to also suggest people that he should kill? That's right. They made a subreddit. They made a Kira subreddit. And when you look at the website that they're looking at praising Kira, it's actually Reddit. And I just thought that was so funny. Now, a fucking subreddit, I know, right? And then they would like post a picture of some like person and be like, this guy murdered 2 kids and he got away with it. And then they write his name and everything there too, which like was fascinating, right? And okay, here's the other thing about L. So L realizes that Kira needs to know the person's face and name in order to kill them, right? So right here, he was wearing a mask originally. Like he was covering half of his face. So you could only see, and a hood and the little face mask thing, so you could only see his eyes generally. When he figures out who Kira is, right? He knew right away who it was because he's like, let's see, what other detective person has a child? Oh, this guy has a child. So it must be this guy, this kid. It must be, right? Is L also in high school? No, he's still a genius detective. He likes sweets and he's hunched over, has terrible posture. And that stuff never changed. He was one of the better actors, but it was also really stupid because he knows all of this, right? Oh, Kira needs to know my face and Kira needs to know my name. Those two are the conditions in which someone could be killed. I think this kid is Kira. I'm gonna confront him. And then Light, instead of playing dumb and being like, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh boy. He basically admits that he is. Like, he just straight up is like, well, yeah, but like, it's not like Kira did anything really wrong, right? He was just killing all the bad guys. And basically admitting that it is him and that he has knowledge, like deeper knowledge. And then what does L do? After getting confirmation that this is Kira, he takes off his mask and shows him his face. Even though the whole point of him wearing a mask to begin with was so that that Kira couldn't see his face to kill him. Like, I know they didn't know his name either, but still, like, it's just so dumb. And I guess, I don't know, they're like, we paid good money for this actor, so we shouldn't hide his face, I guess, for all of the movie, so we have to make him reveal it. But like, why even have the concept of the mask to begin with? It's just stupid, right? So fucking stupid. Anyway, we're talking about Death Note 2017 Netflix adaptation. Now, Light starts getting trailed by FBI agents, like in the original story. Like, some people might suspect him and try to figure out, maybe it might be this boy. And he's like, Mia, aka Misa, is like, we should kill all those FBI agents. And he's like, wait, what? No, if they suspect that it's me and they're tailing me and stuff, then it's a really dumb idea to kill them because that would just confirm that it was me because they were following me. And she's like, yeah, but we could just get rid of them right now and just kill them. And he's like, that is a terrible idea. Let's not do that. And she's like, she's upset. I'm talking about Death Note. Hold on, I'll write it up here so that people can see. I need to write their names. Mia. She is Misa, but they changed her name because I guess Misa is a really unrealistic name. This is Light Turner. Then this is L, who is just L. Then yeah. No. Please don't tell me that on the right is Light. No, his name is Light Turner. They Americanized it. They are not like making it based in Japan or anything at all. Which is funny because when he decides to reveal his identity to the world, that there is someone causing these deaths, right? He's like, yeah, let's choose a name for myself. Let's go with Kira. And she's like, oh, or Kira, I guess, right? And it's like, oh, why Kira? Oh, because it means light in other languages, but it also is the word for killer, kind of, in Japan. And I'm like, okay, that's relevant. Why? But okay, thanks. Thank you, writers. Wow, thank you. That's cool. Anyway, so like I was saying, he's getting tailed by FBI agents. Oops. The wrong thing here. She's like, let's kill the FBI agents. And he's like, that's a terrible idea. That's gonna make them think it's me. Which didn't matter anyway, because when L comes after him and is like, oh, that you're a light. He basically like just confesses to it no matter what. FBI agents, they wouldn't have caught him even if he said he did it. Well, okay, here's the thing. So, for some reason, all the FBI agents that were tailing him die. And he didn't do it, right? And then she's also like, what? That's crazy. What? And basically the blame goes to Yuk, this who is voiced by Willem Dafoe, by the way. Yeah, so Willem Dafoe voices Ryuk, or well, they call him Ryuk. They call him Ryuk, and he even tells him, "My name is Ryuk." Anyway, Willem Dafoe is in there. He voices the Shinigami, yeah, the Death God. He voices him for some reason. Anyway, so he is like, "Hey, yeah, did you think everything was gonna go according to plan?" And for some reason, he keeps pushing Light to give up the notebook, okay? The movie is incredibly dark and moist. That's all I can say. Hi, Bliss! Hi, Daku! Hi, Yukarun! Welcome in! Was he bored? No explanation. He's just like, yeah, I told you to let go of the Death Note, kid. I told you, like, you should let it go so I could give it to somebody else. Why? Was he having any issues with what Light was doing? No. In fact, he never expresses anything of that sort. All he does is eat apples, go take like 5 bites of an apple and just throw it on the floor because he has no table manners. Ugh. Anyway, so Light is pissed off, being like, oh, Ryuk, you're ruining my life. And Ryuk is like, just give me the notebook, kid. And Light is just like, no, I'm not gonna give you my notebook. And then like it just goes on and on and on, right? And then eventually, Light decides like he has to kill L because L knows who he is and everything, and L's onto him. So what he decides to do. Oh no, I meant Willem Dafoe. Was he bored or something? Well, Willem Dafoe just randomly does a lot of things in general, no? Like, I'm sure he's made enough money that he just can do whatever projects he wants. So if he sees something that he thinks is fun, I think he just goes for it, to be honest. He's been in some really weird shit. Anyway, so Watari, aka like Light's, babysitter and butler dude. This pissed me off so fucking bad. Apparently the Death Note can just mind control you into doing anything, right? So apparently he can mind control someone up to 24 hours, I think, or was it? No, 48 hours. I think he can mind control people up to 48 hours to give them a task to do. Which I don't remember that really being in the manga. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't ever remember that kind of thing being in there where you can just like control them for an extended period of time. I thought like death was always gonna happen no matter what, right? Yeah, he could. That was not in the anime. He can only control how they die, right? So, but then we find out, which I researched it, and apparently this is not in the anime or in the manga. He says that in the Death Note, if you write someone's name and like give them a task, they will do the task. And if you burn the page with their name on it, it will cancel out someone's death once. This can only happen once. So he planned to use Watari to find out L's real name, okay? And then once he found out his real name, he was gonna burn Watari's page in the Death Note. Like that was the plan. Because he needed Watari to live for some reason. And L, finding out his babysitter is gone, gets really pissed off and he's like, I told you! He literally like kicks down the door of Light's house while he and his family are having dinner. He's like, I told you! Don't ever fuck with my butler! I hate you! I'm gonna fucking kill you! And then he leaves. Meanwhile, Watari is like, I do not know the real name of L. And then Light is like, okay, then go find out the name of L. So Watari's like, yes. So he, in his mind control state, goes to the orphanage or whatever that L grew up in to find documents to find L's real name. And then L is like realizing that Light must have mind controlled Watari somehow, and is like, okay, what would he use him for? To find out my real name, because I know his real identity. Alright, I think I know where he's gonna send Watari, or where Watari went. So he calls the FBI and tells the FBI, I'm gonna need you to find my butler man for me. Go out there and find him. Okay? Okay? So he sent butlers. He sent out the FBI agents to go and get Watari back. Watari is in the basement of this abandoned building out in the middle of nowhere. He's like looking through old paper, okay? And then the FBI agents come in, and then they kick down the door, and they're like, "Are you Watari?" And then he's like, "Yes." And then they fucking shoot him. And I understand that must have been because like Light didn't burn his page. And I'm like, wait, L literally sent them to rescue him, and they just fucking shoot him after they were like given the orders to bring him back, you know? And they even confirmed his identity. It's not even the case of like them not realizing it was him, or like him attacking them first, right? It has nothing to do with that. Like if Watari started attacking them or shooting at them or doing something, and the FBI shot back at him in a form of defense, I can understand that. But he was just looking through papers. The FBI kicks the door down. They're like, "Are you Watari?" And he's just like, "Yes, I am." And then they fucking shot him. And I was like, holy fuck. I mean, honestly, this one's on the FBI. L, you cannot be mad at Light for this. Like, this one is on the FBI. So anyway, we saw the blast, and it's literally the reaction. I'm just like, L, you really cannot blame Light for this one. Anyway, so the reason why, even though Light had planned to burn Watari's page, the reason why he couldn't do it. Hey, car downloader, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rat Cage. Hi, that one guy. Hey, Lee's here. What am I looking here? We're talking about the Death Note 2017 Netflix adaptation movie. This was Light. This is L. Okay, so L is pissed off knowing that his butler man is dead. The reason why Light couldn't burn Watari's page is because he realizes and finds out at prom, by the way, because, you know, it's America. They went to prom. They went to prom. Guys, they go to fucking prom. So fucking dumb. Is the chip in the scene? There's no chip in the scene. Was the prom wet too? Yes. Mia stole a page. The page with Watari's name on it from the notebook, and Light didn't notice until later. So when he realizes this, he goes to Mia and he confronts her like, "Why did you do that? Like, why did you take his page?" And she's like, "I'm power hungry now. I want to be the keeper of the Death Note. So just give it back. Give it to me, because I wrote your name too. And if you don't give it back to me, it will kill you." Because she wrote that Light's heart will stop at midnight. And she's like, "I will burn the page if you give me the notebook." So listen, okay? She tore a page from the Death Note. She tore the page and she used that to kill Watari, and she used that to kill the FBI agents, as we discover as well. So she's the one who actually killed the FBI agents, not our little demon boy over there, okay? When she tells Light, "I wrote your name in the page," you would think that she wrote his name on the page that she has ownership of, right? No. She wrote his name in the notebook that he has when he was not looking. Remember, you can cancel out a death if you burn the page. And remember, Light has the page, and we know he has it because when he opens his notebook, he realizes his own name was written in it. Why didn't she just mind control Light to give him the notebook? That's what I said too. I was like, why didn't she just mind control him? Because obviously, we literally saw in the previous scene, you could do that to people and they just obey without any question. But yeah, She's like, give it to me, and I promise I'll burn the page for you. But he already has the page. All he has to do is tear it out and burn it himself. And then, yeah, you would also think, wow, Mia, he has the notebook. Why wouldn't he just write your name in it and mind control you? The rules are broken. The rules are broken. It doesn't make sense. Suddenly you can't do that anymore, okay? Well, okay. Remember, I told you the whole reason, the motivation for Light killing all these like bad guys was because he wanted to bang her, which he does successfully. They like kill people, they get horny, and then they bang. I'm not even joking. Like the first time he was like, "Can I kiss you?" And then she was just like, "Oh my god, you're so stupid." And then they go, they start making out, and then like it just like shows that they're dating now, they're boyfriend and girlfriend, and he's just so happy. It was so fucking stupid. Anyway, suddenly he starts like writing intensely in the notebook, and then he starts running. I don't know why. Don't ask me why he started. Hi, Dr. Bright. He just starts running, and it had one of the funniest random scenes that like Cat loves to death for some reason. So L finds out that Watari is dead now, right? And blames Light. So he's like, I'm gonna kill him! So he gets in a police car and starts driving. He does not have a driver's license. That is confirmed. Okay, he does not have a driver's license. He's like hitting literally everything and almost running people over the whole time. He's just like, and then he sees Light running somewhere randomly. Somehow he manages to find him. He gets out of his car after he crashes it. He runs after Light. Intense fight, well, not fight scene, sorry. Intense chase scene. Bum, 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 bum. He's running. He's running into walls. Ba-dum, ba-dum, pushing people over. Ah! He's also just shoving people out of the way. There's a waitress by the door. Boom, push her. The plates go wild. They end up in the kitchen of a diner. Boom! He runs out of the kitchen and into the main hall. He runs out the front door. L chases him. And there was a man sitting on the counter at the diner just eating soup. Okay, it's just one man eating a bowl of soup. And L runs next to him. And he did not have to do this because he was not falling or anything. He grabs the man's head and shoves his head into the soup, and then he keeps running. Like, I'm not even joking. It wasn't like he bumped into the man. No, he deliberately grabs this random man's head and shoves his face into his soup. And it's just, I was like, why did he do that? Like, it's not like he did it by accident. It was very intentional. And then, well, Light gets away. He gets to the Ferris wheel for some reason. Because we need a dramatic scene. Mia is there too for some reason. They're both on a Ferris wheel, and then they both get on the Ferris wheel with the cops like surrounding them, which is very confusing. Like, why are all the cops here? Question mark. They just are. Like, he hasn't done anything criminal except, I guess, push a lot of people over. But anyway, oh yeah, the reason why Light gets away from L is L actually has him at gunpoint, and he's just like, you fucker, you fucker, I told you not to kill Watari, I told you if you did that I would kill you. And then Light is like, you don't understand, this notebook, it's special, it's not like a calculus textbook, okay, it's more complicated than that. He literally says this, okay? And El's like, and as he's about to shoot him, a guy shows up from behind, and then he's like, he like knocks out L with a plank of wood. Boom! And then he looks at Light, and then he says, Lord Kira. And then Light like gives him a nod, and it's like, yes. And then he runs. Which then he ends up in the Ferris wheel with, with Mia, aka Misa. So then Light is trying to convince Misa be like, look, no, don't do this. You don't need the notebook. We can just work together. We can just work together. Like, come on, we've been through so much. Don't you love me? And then she's just like, oh my god, like whatever, just give me the notebook. And she grabs it out of his hand. And then he's like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. And turns out he actually wrote her name in the notebook. You know, something that we all knew like he should have done. And the condition for the death was if she took the notebook from Light, then she would die. So then suddenly the whole Ferris wheel starts like breaking apart. And they're both like, ah! And the Ferris wheel is falling and falling. She slips. Ah, no! He's like, hold on! I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't really know why. And then he wrote so many dumb things. But she hits a flower cart. So when she dies, it's like a confetti of flower petals. And it's like, ooh, how beautiful, I guess. He falls in the water. She's dead now. Oh, hold on. She's dead. Oh, hold on. Rest in peace, Mia, aka Misa. She's dead. Light wakes up. He's in the hospital. A man brings him the death note that fell down. And the funny thing is that the page with his name on it fell into fire. Do you know why? Because he wrote in the death note that Mia would fall and hit the floor, but Light will fall in the water, and the page with his name on it would drift into fire. Which, like, I don't even know why he thought there would be a fire nearby, because, like, where do they ever just have random open flames? Ever? Ever? Just out in the open? I don't know. But apparently, the Death Note can just make things happen like magic, and it doesn't just kill people anymore. Like, if he wrote that $1 million fell from the sky and it killed a man, then the $1 million would just appear, I guess. This shit is so ass. It was so fucking bad. And then wait, it's not over. It's not over, guys. So he's sad because he's just, and by the way, that whole plot twist of him like writing all these people's names and like even setting up for a guy to fish out the death note to bring to him in the hospital is treated as a genius thing. Like, don't you see, he was 5 steps ahead this whole time. And it's like, no, he just wrote shit in the notebook and it randomly happened. He didn't like actually plan anything. The notebook did all the work. What are you talking about? Anyway, L is like devastated at the death of his butler, right? And he's like suddenly thinking about this random line that Light said. Light said to him earlier, this is not like a calculus book, right? And he's like, calculus. Why would he do that? Why would he say calculus? I don't understand. He thinks, wait a minute, did Light take calculus? So he like looks it up. Did Light take calculus? And he's like, no, Light didn't take calculus. Did his girlfriend take calculus? Boom, yes, she has. Mia has taken calculus. He runs. He takes a car to Mia's house. Remember, she's dead. He kicks down her parents' front door, runs into her room, opens her calculus book. Inside is a page of the death note with all the names of the FBI agents and Watari. He has the death note, and he knows Light's full name. He sits there and pulls a pen from a tray, and he's shaking and laughing and crying while staring at the page. And it's like, oh my god, is he gonna write Light's name? Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna write Light's name in the death note? Movie ends. Hi Jibus, welcome in. Hi Wazzy, hi Deadman. Yeah, that's how the movie ends. Okay. So apparently, according to the director, they were leaving this open to interpretation. Did L truly become so corrupt that he wrote Light's name on the death note? Or did he remain pure and good and not do that? I don't know, man. The man is literally holding the pen to the paper. Like, I feel like he probably wrote it. Nah, bro was begging for a part 2. I don't even know if that's true. But yeah, I thought it was really stupid for Light to not think about the fact that her page exists. And the funny thing is that he didn't even know that her notebook was in a calculus book. Well, the page. He didn't know that. So why did that random ass line lead to Elle finding her calculus textbook? I kind of don't get it. But okay, I guess, whatever. And he also does not consider the fact that, like, if she had a page, what's gonna happen with the page? He thought of everything else. But yeah, I also, discovering that the fucking website they used to communicate with Kira or his cult followers was using Reddit was so fucking funny to me. That was the funniest shit ever. I was like, is that Reddit? And the cat's like, yeah, it's just Reddit. Paladin Bridge Man. Dude, I'm just pretending nothing with like the Cosmere is happening as a live adaptation. I'm just gonna pretend. They can't do it. I can't imagine them doing a good enough job. I'm sorry. I just, no. It doesn't exist. It's not real. Live action Stormlight Archive can't hurt me if I don't think it's real. La, 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 covering my ears. Anyway, that was Death Note 2017 Netflix adaptation. I recommend watching it if you like to watch bad things and you want to like just do a hate watch of anything. I recommend this. You'll hate it, your friends will hate it, your family will hate it. Everyone will hate it. Alright, time to get more water, hold on. While an animated adaptation has been in development, author Brandon Sanderson has favored a live-action... Brandon Sanderson, please, don't do it. No. Like, no matter how hard they try to make it good, I mean, there were some things that were adapted pretty well, right? Like, Game of Thrones started off really strong. That one space show... The Expanse, I think, right? That one was amazing, but I just can't imagine how good it's gonna be with all the things that they need. They'll need like a movie, high quality movie budget, but it will be for episodes and episodes. There's just no way. Shalon will be renamed Shamona. Yeah, they're gonna rename her, and also she's gonna be a villain because, you know, every fucking adaptation needs a female character to turn into a villain because that is apparently how you make a better female character. It just pissed me off. You guys know what happened with Cowboy Bebop at the end? Like, do you know? Do you know? I'm just gonna give you spoilers for their live action, okay? They turned Julia into the bad guy. Like, she's just like this really passive girl for the longest time, and then she decides to take back her power, and then she just kills the dude. that she's with. And then she's like, now I'm in charge. And I'm just like, what the fuck? What are you doing? What? The live one? Yes, in the live action version of it. She just decides to like become the main bad guy. Hey, the Death Note, can I sign my name in there? Don't bother, man. Apparently it doesn't even work like intended. This fucking movie is so bad. Okay, only recommend watch this if you like bad. I don't like this. Movies. Also, if you hate yourself. We turned it into a drinking game where every time I decided I didn't like a decision they made in this movie, we would take a drink. We drank quite a bit. Siggy, welcome in. Is that the one where they're like, you are black and you are certainly male? Yes, that is the live action Cowboy Bebop one. Yeah, like I remember seeing a video about the director talking about the female characters and how like they wanted to make them a little bit more. And I was like, but this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to do it. Ah! You could have done a better job by just like giving stronger backstory to Julia. Like, this movie is trash. It is so bad. It is so bad. It was so bad. It's drinking as soon as I press play. Actually, I did too. I was like, oh, this movie being made was a bad idea. Drink. I'm a fan. Oh. Okay, here's the other thing that really pissed me off that I didn't really. Hi, Dude, I'm right here. Let me push buttons. Hi, Pyro. No, you just got here. I'm sorry. Okay, you can do your job. Now, Watari, they made his full name Watari. Because one, you need someone's real name, right? In order to kill them. And with the Death Note. They did not know this man's full name. They did not know this man's real name. They just wrote Watari and it worked. Which is like not his actual name. There's like legally he could not just have his name as Watari. And yet it still worked. Like what? Huh? And I thought like they would be smart and try to find out his real names or something. But no. They literally just wrote that. Writes Nuna in Death Note. Yeah, now all the Nunas are dead. No, you didn't write the full name. God, you guys aren't even following the Death Note rules at all. You guys are so stinky. Alright, let me read you some rules that are not even fucking rules from Death Note, which I thought was really stupid, okay? Hold on. First, there's like the Keeper of the Death Note, which I don't even really understand what that means. If literally anyone could write their name on, write anything on there, okay? This makes no sense. There's a rule that says Shinigamis cannot be killed by the Death Note. And I'm like, is that a rule or is that just facts? Oh yeah, apparently rule 20, a subject can be influenced for no more than 2 days leading up to his death. The conditions of death will not be realized unless they are physically possible for the human or could be reasonably assumed to be carried out by that human. Then what the fuck was with the whole... The page with Light's name on it will float into an open flame. Like, what? Why didn't he just rip out the page with his name on it when he had the notebook and he saw it? Ugh. Oh, that's right, because, you know, that would make things too easy, and we need tension, but we don't know how to write a decent scene, and we also don't follow our own rules that we created for this fucking story. Honestly, these writers should never write anything ever again. Pisses me off! If they can't do that shit, then... Well, okay, yeah. So, he changed his orders through phone call. He wrote that Watari would reveal L's name to him. And he was like, I do not know the true name of L. And then he just gave him a new command of, okay, then go out and find out his name. And he's like, understood. And he just goes out. Yeah, this was the 2017 Netflix adaptation. Writing L, but it kills Luigi instead. Like, L was supposed to be really smart. So why did he reveal his face to Light once Light revealed that he is Kira? Why did he do that? Knowing full well that he needed to know his face? And if you only need one part of a person's name, why not just write L? Why did you keep the name L and Light, but then change the name Misa to Mia? I'm an Ufi. I don't know if they were actually hoping for a sequel. Like, were they? Hold on, let me see. Oh. As of September 2021, a sequel is in development with Greg Russo. Oh. Please no. On April 20th, 2021, Russo revealed that the sequel will be more faithful to the manga than the first film. On September 21st, 2021, Oka stated the sequel promises fan criticisms of the first film will be taken in account. But like nothing came out of it. I'm pretty sure it was cancelled. I'm 100% sure they would never do this. There's no fucking way. He's remaking the remake? It's called a sequel. They didn't say it's a remake. They literally said it's a sequel. I bet they wanted L's backstory. L had no backstory. Other than that, he was like extremely codependent with Watari and needed Watari to function. Even to go to sleep. There was like a scene where they're in the fucking limousine together and then Watari's like, you need to go to sleep. And Elle was like, yes, but I have a lot of work to do. And he's like, yes, but you need sleep to like, you know, to work better. And I was like, yes, but can you sing me a song? And Watari's like, yes. He just starts singing and I was like, is this real? Did this happen in the manga? I don't remember this ever happening in the fucking manga. Hi, Mr. Moon. Yeah, they literally killed Misa. How could they be faithful, right? Can we make a Death Note movie? I'll be the apples that Kira feeds to the Shinigami. Dude, he doesn't even eat it well. That pissed me off too. He literally takes like 5 bites, one side each from the apple and then throws it on the floor. And I'm like, dude, there's a trash can right over there. Other random notes that really piss me off is... Okay. So, Light and his dad are having dinner, right? Like, they're like having dinner here. and the kitchen is behind them, and then the stairs are here. So Light decides like, I'm done with dinner. They had like a whole discussion that made them angry. And then he walks by here and there's like a little table that you could put your keys, and there's like a mirror and like magazines or something, right? There's like a little thing. And for some reason, there's a bowl of apples here. And I was like, why would anyone have random bowls of apples there and not just in the kitchen? Like, why? Why are there apples here? I don't know why. I know it's like a small thing, but it pissed me off more than you realize. That I was just like, it just makes no sense that anyone would keep apples right next to their keys. Like, whoa, why? Why would anyone do that? Nobody else is seen eating an apple. Why do they have so many apples at home? It doesn't even show them buying apples. It just non-stop appears. Oh, the dad was a police officer. How important of a police officer is unclear. But apparently his dad also realized earlier on that Light was Kira and knew that the death of the guy who killed his wife was done by him too. He realized in that moment, kind of. And I was just like, this is stupid. This is wrong, stupid. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Anyway, really quick, speaking of other Netflix adaptations, have you guys ever seen Shadow and Bone? It's based off the Lee Bardugo series. Well, trilogy. Does anyone know this? Okay, yeah, you do? The Grisha verse or whatever? Nope. Okay. I'll be honest here. I like Lee Bardugo because I really enjoyed her other books, Six of Crows and stuff like that, but I did not like it. IWQBQ! I didn't like it. I did. It's never good. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. Character. In this world, there's some place that's like the Shadow Realm, okay? It's literally pure darkness. It's like a chunk of land that got corrupted and taken over, and it's just pure darkness. And if you cross through it, you will be attacked by all these like evil creatures, okay? The only thing that could penetrate the darkness is the power of light. Right? Alright, guys? I did that. Now, in this world, there are people with different types of powers, and they have like very specific rules. So they have the ethereal key or something. They can control elements like wind, water, and fire. And then they have the material key, which is like they can manipulate things like glass and metal, and they focus on making tools and stuff like that. And then the corporal key is like they can literally stop a person's heart. They can manipulate the human body. They can make you look healthier. They could get rid of your scars. They can do all these crazy things. Okay, so very performer of you to accentuate the word penetrate, Nuna. You can do better. I gotta do it. I have to. Anyway, so these people with powers are called the Grisha. It's so weird saying it out like the Grisha. Okay. So the Grisha, there's only been like one light Grisha, and that is the main female character, Alina. Grisha penetrates? She could. Now, the power of light is actually so fucking lame. I remember reading through this, right? I remember reading the first book, and then they were like practicing her learning to use her power, right? She's just a flashlight, guys. She's literally just a flashlight. I'm not even joking here. She just glows. That's all she does. And they give her like a tool. They give her like this tool that they could put on her hand. And then they're like, yes, and it's like a bunch of like little gears and like little mirrors. And then what she can do is she can manipulate the lights with the mirrors to reflect the fucking mirrors on her fingers and like shine it in people's eyes. I'm not even joking. Her like weapon is to blind people with her flashlight. She's like, imagine like standing there as she like carefully like maneuvers her hands to perfectly shine the light directly into your eyes, and she's just like, like I was like, this is such a dumb power. It is so stupid. Like in the dark area of like all the evil and shit like that, right? Very useful. It keeps all the evil monsters away. Very great. But outside of that, very useless. Incredibly useless. Her power is just that she flashes you. Yes, it is not a combat power, which I guess not every power has to be. But I just thought that was the dumbest thing ever, okay? Now, there is a character called the Darkling who has the power of darkness, and his powers are a million times better and cooler. I'm just like, what the fuck? That is kind of unfair. So he's like the opposite of her, right? Yeah. But laser, stare light. No, she's just shiny. That's it. That's it. That's it. He has like shadow manipulation, basically. Like he's extremely powerful. Like he can restrict people's movements by, you know, like using the shadows to bind them. He could make a room dark. So he could do a lot more than just like, flashlight. Yeah, she could have. And this tool that they give her, right? They gave it to her for like a few chapters, and then she used it maybe once, and then she never used it again. It's like, what was the point of that? Now, I'm just gonna give spoilers. I'm sorry. I honestly, I don't know. Is it worth reading? I don't know. Maybe. Now, the reason why this animal is on the cover, that's the reason why there's a deer, is that there's like some special deer out there in the world. There's also these amplifiers that can strengthen your abilities, right? And you need to get them from these special animals. It's made from the bones of these special animals. And then she finds this deer because I guess she needs to strengthen her flashlight. Like, I guess it needs a little bit more powerful batteries, okay? Like, apparently just glowing isn't enough. She needs to glow harder. So she and her sort of love interest, her two love interests are the Darkling and Mal. I think that was his name? Mal? Yeah. Malian or I can't read that. Anyway, so it's one of these two. Guys, I'm gonna give you spoilers. I'm gonna give you spoilers. There is a bad guy among these two love interests. Can you like deduce which one might be the bad guy? Let's think, guys. Let's think carefully. Okay? Which one of these could be the bad guy? Could it be the guy called Mal, because Mal means bad in Spanish? Hey, I didn't know that. Today I learned. It's the shadow guy. Yeah, turns out the guy called the Darkling was actually the bad guy all along. And also, every child gets tested to see if they're a Grisha, to see if they have powers. Apparently, okay, she and Mal are childhood friends, and she realized that if they discovered she had powers, they would take her away, and she's very codependent with Mal. And she's like, no, I can't be away from Mal. Oh no. So she clenched really hard and forced the power deep inside her, I guess. And then like she hid it away somehow, and they were like, no, she's a normie. So they didn't know that she was the she was a Grisha, aka like the light person, until one day after years later, and they became adults and they joined the military and they were in the dark place. She saved them all by using her power of light that she had been holding back for so long. And apparently, yeah, she clenched super hard. She clenched so hard. Yes, that's why she needed training to be better at using her flashlight, okay? You know? And also, apparently, when she did that, she like made herself uglier because like they talk about how she has such bad dark circles. And then they talk about how like scrawny and thin she is, and she's just like, oh god, like she's just like not attractive. And I'm like, what the hello? Excuse me. And she's like in love with Mal this whole time, but you know, he bangs a lot of women, okay, that aren't her. He bangs everyone but her because they're besties, you know, and they can't change the dynamic of their relationship because yeah. And it's only once that they discover she's like the light person and then the darkling in her seem to be a thing that he starts giving a shit more and being all like, well, she was in love with me first, basically. Told you he was bad. He was bad for many different reasons. Anyway, once they discover that the darkling guy is kind of evil, right? She escapes with Mal, and Mal's thing is that he is a very good hunter. Like he's good at tracking and hunting, okay? So their plan is to find a deer before the darkling does. So they go into the fucking mountains and they're like, oh yeah, let's go find this fucking deer, right? And then they do find it and they have a chance to kill it. And she's like, no. It's too beautiful and amazing. Like, it would be such a shame to kill this creature. I will not kill it. And then she stands there admiring it for a minute. And then the Darkling shows up. And boom! And he fucking kills that deer. He's like, bam! He murders that fucking deer, dude. And then he captures them. He captures both of them. And then apparently... Don't ask me how this works. It makes no sense, okay? He takes the pieces of the antler, turns it into like a necklace thingy, and apparently this is good enough. Somehow, I don't know. I thought the person who killed it was able to use its powers. Yeah, fuck that deer, yeah! And then their Darkling guy, right? Let me put the boys away. The Darkling guy is like, yes. Oh. It's like, yes. Now you're my personal flashlight. And then he puts the fucking deer antler necklace on her neck, and then he can remote control her. Now. So now he can force her to use her powers like he has a remote control on her. Yeah. But the reason why he does that is because like she you know, the darkness and stuff like that, you know? Haley, how's it going? Talking about books. And then she's like sad girl as they like go into the shadow dark place, okay? They go to the shadow dark place and he's like, flashlight on! And he activates her antler remote control, which forces her to use her power. Wait, that's pretty cool, a Bluetooth flashlight. Yeah, he could just like use it on his cell phone, I guess. He downloaded the app and then he just like increases the brightness and stuff like that. He like changes the brightness level of her. Imagine he's just like, guys, check this out. And he's just like, boom, look guys, look, I can change the brightness. Oh, it's so funny. Anyway, set her to RGB. Yeah. Alina, RGB mode. And they just start raving. They put like color filters on her or something, and she's just sad. Like, oh, I hate my life. Oh man, she becomes gay. Yo. Anyway, so he like gives her the thing. And then, you know, like I said, the actual logic of the powers is not there, okay? Lee Bardugo does become a much stronger writer later on, which is why the book Six of Crows and stuff like that was so good. I love that series. Fantastic. Great characters. Her writing just amazing. But her first series was obviously the roughest one. But the powers didn't really make sense because here's the logic, okay? Here's the logic of her, how she got out of being a remote controlled flashlight. He was like, I spared the deer's life and he killed the deer. I have had as much power over it as he did, but I showed it mercy. Therefore, I can take control of my own power. So, he can't use me anymore, and I'm cutting off this Bluetooth connection. And then she took her power back. And the Nuna that was like reading this book, like, I was just like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck do you mean? You set the rules of this world. You made this. Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do this? That doesn't make any sense at all. Hey, how's it going, Lyra? There's nothing to do. At least you get to chill. And you're still getting paid for it. You did say hi. Bullshit, she couldn't have done shit to that deer. Her power's fucking blinkers. Yeah, okay, but later, apparently, okay, they have something called... Fuck, what was it? The cut? Hold on. The cut. Okay, there's an ability called the cut. The cut is a rare Grisha ability to telekinetically bisect a distant object. It requires great power and great focus, so you can cut things. But only 3 people ever can do that, and that's the Darkling, the Darkling's mom, and then the main character Alina. Later on, she learns that she can. Well, actually, I think it's in this book she realizes she can do it for some fucking reason. It's like, oh, her power is so lame. We need to give her something else. We'll give her a power to cut, I guess. Hi, Goober! So yeah, she could just cut things. And then, I don't really remember. They introduce a really cool character in the second book, I think. Oh no, Siege and Storm. And then like, it becomes a get the MacGuffin kind of story, like find a MacGuffin, because like now they need to collect all the items of these animals or something like that, so that she could be powerful enough, question mark. I don't fucking know, man. I just yeah. Well, it was a long dumbass work day at school. Aw. Anyway, the art is really sick though. Like the art is gorgeous. There's some official art where they find a deer, which it looks really cool. And then remember, shortly after this, it fucking dies. Yeah. The whole thing is them trying to find amplifiers for her because, you know, whatever, right? So they made a Netflix show about this where they connected this story and Six of Crows. I'm gonna find. There we go. So here's the thing that really pissed me off. They connected these 2 books together in the show. It's the same universe, but it's like a different time. So I don't really know why they decided to squash 5 books into 1, but they did. But then season 1 was like okay. Like it was just okay. And then season 2 came around, and then the author in the interviews was like, yeah, I kind of just like decided to let the writers do their thing, and I was not as hands-on with it anymore because I was just really busy, and I was like accepting that the story was just gonna be its own thing from now on, which is not a good thing to hear from the author. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? When the author is kind of like, yeah, you know, the story is becoming its own, is when, I see. And season 2 did really fucking bad. And then they did the thing again, okay? I didn't watch season 2, but they did the thing again where they make the female character a bad guy. Wow! Why do they keep doing that? I don't fucking know, but Netflix loves doing that. I think it has to be a Netflix thing. It has to be, because that's three shows and movies now that just make the female characters randomly bad guys. Netflix hates women? Question mark? Hi Kenny. Dude, do a flip. No, I can't, I'm too mad. And I just feel like these two books right here, these two could have made a really good one because it's a fantasy heist story, you know? I love heists. And it was a fun fantasy heist story with like lovable characters, and like it was very intense and very like, oh wait, sorry. That was Crooked Kingdom, which is book 2. This one was heist focused. Yeah, Netflix went through a bad breakup, but they're still working through it. Hello, Idiotic Beanie. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't really get it. Women are evil show. Hey, that's not even true, and you know it. You know it. Why do they do it? Why do they hate their characters so much? Like, what is going on here? Especially since the first season was actually pretty decent. Like, they kind of pulled off having 2 whole different series mashed into one, you know? And then they decided like, oh no, fuck it, we hate everyone, and we hate everyone that we're making this for. I will never understand why they adapt these things, but then they like hate the audience that would actually want to consume it. It's like, yeah, you know, the people who are actually big fans of this series and probably give us a lot of money? Yeah, fuck those guys. This is my vision now. That's just what like adaptations become, you know? These writers, these directors, they take something that people really like, and then they're like, yeah, no, we clearly the way it is not good enough, so I need to change it within my vision. Yeah, but the author clearly absolutely struggled constantly for the first season. I said they were just done with the second season. I heard it just got I think like the reviews for 2 was so bad, so they canceled it for the third one. The director told to appeal to a general audience by making it more confusing? Like, the story was not confusing at all. If they just focused on one thing, the story was very simple, right? Especially the first series. Normal girl, love man, love friend, not love back. Girl find out she have power. Girl special now. Girl have more sexy love interest. But sexy love interest bad. That's wow. That's simple. That's all there is to it. But then they overcomplicated it by adding a whole different series that's not related to the first one together. Like, there's no way this could be a appeal to the general, you know, greater audience out there, when they just made it more confusing. Yuna, did you read My Immortal yet? No, I'm too afraid. All scripts are being written and rewritten many times and it gets lost. Yeah, that is true. I'm trying to think, has there been anything that's been faithful? Let's think about all the Resident Evil movies and TV shows. I actually watched, fuck, which one is it? I watched a movie and show that came out the past like 3 years. This one didn't even get a second season, I think. I think they made one that's called Welcome to Raccoon City. Oh yeah. See, okay, I don't think that one was very good either, but it was a lot more fun. And I can tell that the director at least liked the source material. And they had like really great references to the game. Like they made the same, the bullets were in the movie were like the same design in the games and stuff like that. HBO adaptation of his Dark Materials is really solid. HBO. Is there a lot of tits in that one? Have you ever read The Wheel of Time? Okay, I have not, but I know that they turned that into a show. Like it was an Amazon show, right? And the fans are really like pissed off about it. I heard it's not very good. That's what I heard. Hi, Regeared. Hi. I have to piss. I have to piss. I have to pee so bad. Be right back. Alright, hello. I didn't even watch it. I heard the basic synopsis of their show and just started fucking cackling. Whatever happened to the Rings of Power? The Lord of the Rings one? What the fuck happened to that? It's supposed to be like a prequel or something, right? I remember people being open to it and then just hating it after. Except for Scooby-Doo and Speed Racer, I've never seen good live-action adaptations of any media. I think there are some webtoon exceptions, but they're not really like fantasy or anything like that. It's usually like dramas, but they do a pretty good job of it. I'm trying to think, has there been... Webtoons are not real. Yes, they are. They're so good. I'm trying to think. Okay, does anyone know... They canceled their Lord of the Rings MMO again. Dude, I can't believe that one Smeagol game got made. I can't believe that was allowed to exist. I thought they were really, really, really precious with like who they gave rights to. So it confuses me that thing exists. What was the Smeagol game again? Gollum? The Lord of the Rings Gollum. I can't believe it got made. I can't believe they released it. I really want to know what the reaction to the game was. I think it was Gollum. It was something about crawling around and stealing. Yeah. And then they try to like do some weird morality thing with Gollum as if we don't already know anything about him. Which is really confusing. Two Smeagol. I think you could make like good and bad choices by going Smeagol side or Gollum side or something. And visually, it was hideous. The creators of Kingdom Come Deliverance is making a Lord of the Rings open world. Is it called Ringdom Lord Deliverance? You know, the sound and shit didn't work. Of the game? Nothing worked in that game. What do you mean? Okay. Book adaptation movies that work. Okay, would you argue that the Hunger Games was at least okay? I don't think Hunger Games in general was all that great, but like what they did with the movies I think was pretty good, right? There's no live action Japanese version 2015. That was a good adaptation. I haven't watched it, but visually it is so much better. Like the costume design and everything, so much better. Let's see. When I look it up, it's all mostly like older books. Like The Princess Bride was amazing, to be honest. Yeah, I don't like the Harry Potter series, but the movies did a pretty good job. No Country for Old Men? Except with Harry. Harry is genuinely the worst. No, Harry is the worst character ever, dude. I always thought that Harry Potter was the most boring dude. He held back the entire story because he had no personality. He's supposed to be all heroic and shit, but he's just the whiniest bitch ever. And everyone's like, yeah, but like he's going through so much. And I was like, oh my god. I don't read Harry Potter for the realistic commentary on trauma. I read Harry Potter because it has fantasy and magic in it. And then he became a wizard cop, which we don't like wizard cops. It was crazy how the government in like the wizarding world is pretty shitty, right? Like everyone is pretty incompetent and he just becomes one of those people. Yo, Doc, thank you for 7 months. He was very good in Hogwarts School for Prayer Miracles, in my opinion. All right, fine. It's time. It's time. It's time we go into chapter 2 of Hogwarts. Harry Potter. And I should do a karaoke stream, just saying. What do you mean? I spent like an entire stream last time making a Rickroll. Christian, yeah. You know the Dark Tower saga? Oh, I want to read it, but I was like, where do you even start with that stuff? It's the Stephen King one, right? I heard it was crazy, and then they made a movie or something out of it, and then people didn't like it or something. Maybe that's what I need to start reading soon. No, I need to start reading the last book that came out for Stormlight. I do have a list of books that I really want to get through. Buns, did you not see my Rickrolling? Yeah, it is so great. The movie is bad. I heard the movie was really bad. I feel like with how many books there was no way they could make just one movie about it, right? Was there plans for making more and it just didn't happen because the first one did poorly? Or did they just cram everything into one? Hi, Boku! We want a real karaoke, okay? Well, that's gonna be a debut-a-thon goal, okay? Hello, hello. Oh, have we already decided on a fanfic? Oh yeah, we're reading the Harry Potter Christian fanfic. We're not normally a fanfic reading channel, but this one was just too good to ignore. You know what I'm saying? Male but bad at it. Oh, you've not read all the storyline series? Time for spoilers. Don't do it! I haven't read the novellas and I haven't read the last book that came out. It's like 1,300 pages! Give me time! Yeah, I'm glad I didn't get rickrolled by you, Nuna. Well, you will. You will walk into it. 8 books, 1 movie. I also kind of want to go into the Wheel of Time, but I don't know. It feels it's a huge time sink. Anyway, don't. Oh, why? Because you don't recommend it or because it's too much? Baron hates wheels. That can't be true. The Sorcerer Corpse? That's a thing? Hold on. Let's see it. There was like that one necromancer lesbian book that everyone was obsessed with, but I personally just didn't like it too much. I was kind of confused by all of it. And the gruesome and blood-splattered version of the world ruled by a handful of surviving true humans. An artificially created person is sent on a quest to kill a demigod. Her only desire is to please her creator, but things get complicated really quickly when she finally confronts her quarry. At the same time, a nobleman is... Is this like Dark Souls? It's 13 books and it all happens in the last 3 books. Oh. The power system is based on abortion-based magical powers. Okay, that's a little crazy. That's a little too crazy for me. Anyway, we're gonna go back to Harry Potter Christian fanfic. So previously, okay, Hagrid showed up and basically told Aunt Petunia, a career woman, because apparently Christian women are not allowed to have careers, or they're looked down on, was like, can you prove evolution is real? And then went, got him! And then Harry did the sinner's prayer, and then Hagrid told him, you're a Christian now, Harry. And then it's gonna send him to Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. Strong recommendation to the Dark Tower first. I definitely did always want to read it, so I probably will one day, question mark. She couldn't even prove evolution is real. What a low-level career woman. Or in her fucking pantsuits. Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles? Harry queried and clasped his hands. Just at hearing that name, he felt such a sense of inner peace. He wanted to have more of that peace. He wanted to learn how to be a good Christian. He was starting to think that peace and being a good Christian was in fact the exact same thing. I want to go there! Hagrid beamed widely. Also, notice how nobody ever says said? Everyone is like wailing, screeching, uttering, commanding. No one ever just says like, Harry said. No one talks normal here. Hagrid beamed widely. He had been praying so hard to save a soul today, and he was so happy to have saved the soul of such a sweet, earnest little one. The poor boy being raised by 2 parents who were not Christian and who both went to work. they really hate the fact that they really hate women who work, huh? Like they put extra strong emphasis on the fact that one of these people, they go to work. Ugh, what a bad woman, not staying at home and taking care of their kids. How dare a woman work? Oh, that's what I was saying. She had a thesaurus at hand. Don't expect simple words. Yeah. And left him with a babysitter all day long. Oh man. Ooh, how could she? How dare a man not be a house husband? Yeah, you know? He's in the kitchen baking brownies, remember? It was a good thing Hagrid had got here in time. How does he even know that they both work? 5 years down the road, Harry might have been a fornicating, drug-addicted evolutionist. Fornication! Oh, the woman who works outside the home. Ooh. Fornication, drug-addicted evolutionist. The gift that keeps on giving. Was the babysitter also career-oriented? Yeah, because she's doing a job. Oh, if it was a woman, even worse, because babysitting is still a job. Don't be silly, Harry, Aunt Petunia commanded and wrung her long, bony hands. Come inside. I'll read to you about evolution from Dawkins. You do not need that silly religion. Harry scrunched up his innocent little face and thought very hard. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were as close to parents as he had, and there was the only home he knew. Could he really leave? But he was saved now. He had prayed the sinner's prayer. He could not stay here, not anymore, not with what he knew now. Suddenly, he knew what to do. No, Aunt Petunia, he uttered calmly, with childlike wisdom. Evolution is not real, and I am going to Hogwarts. Guys, if you thought evolution was real, you're wrong. You're idiots. You're idiots. No, Harry, Aunt Petunia screeched desperately. I have an idea. You can have a second birthday today. You like birthdays, right? Birthdays are not of God. Wait, what? Christians have birthdays. What? What? Christians have birthdays, right? Birthdays are not of God. Where's Dudley? I think he is in the book. Oh, there, Dudley's here. Okay. Harry verbalized knowingly and looked at his aunt with an innocent wisdom. You tried to corrupt me, but it did not work. But I forgive you, Aunt Petunia, because of Luke 23:34. How does he already know this? He didn't even know what a Christian was until like literally 3 minutes ago. Hagrid was amazed once again at the wisdom of the little one. He didn't know if he could forgive someone who had hurt him as much as this woman had hurt little Harry. Deny him the truth? Who could be so cruel? But Harry did not even think twice about it. He forgave, just like that. Truly, Hagrid gained a new understanding of Matthew 19:14 that day. He prayed and God just turned on the Bible Wi-Fi. Just like fucking downloaded it into his tiny little brain. What's even funnier is like they talk about forgiveness, but the author will not forgive Aunt Petunia for having a job. I may be able to forgive you for murder, but you, a woman having a job, unforgivable. Do not leave, Harry, Dudley wailed childishly. Dudley, where did you come from? Wait, Dudley literally came out from nowhere because he was not mentioned in the first chapter. I must, Harry said, and stepped over the threshold. Goodbye, Dursleys. I hope you are safe too, one day. And with that, he and Hagrid began to walk down private, I thought it was private, but now it's private drive. How will we get to the school, Hagrid? Harry queried curiously. Why don't they ever say asked? Dudley was always there. No, he wasn't. The husband was there, but not Dudley. We will pray, Hagrid retorted knowledgeably. How do we do that? Harry solicited inquisitively. What is what are these responses? What are these? Harry queried curiously, retorted knowledgeably, solicited inquisitively. He was camouflaged. He was trying to evolve. Oh shit, I see. There is no evidence that the early Christians celebrated birthdays. Whenever a birthday is celebrated in the Bible, bad things happen. Oh, seriously? Holy shit. But like, the modern day Christians celebrate it with no problems, right? Watch, Hagrid said. And then he got down on his knees on the road. He motioned for Harry to get on his knees too. Hagrid raised his hands to the heavens and cried out a deep thunderous voice, "Dear Lord, take us to Hogwarts!" Harry felt himself being whisked away, and in a moment, he was sitting in a cool, damp grass outside a humongous, beautiful castle. He looked in awe at the tall towers and the gray stones. What a beautiful place! A tall, thin man with a long, pointed beard and big, wire spectacles stood in front of Harry. He was wearing a brown tweed suit and a nice matching hat. His shoes were made of leather and polished until they shone. Also, like, this... God sent me to Japan! Get on your knees and pray! Dear Lord, send me to Japan! Though, I don't know if that's... Japan's been a little bit less nice to tourists these days, so be careful. Let's see. I'm kind of blown away here. So for some reason, this author, okay, quote unquote author, really likes talking about the character's shoes. And I don't really get why. Like, we know what footwear almost every character is wearing. In their defense, the tourists absolutely started it. Oh, I agree. I don't disagree with that at all. I'd be a nice tourist, yeah. Did you hear about those fucking assholes who jumped into the monkey... It's not a cage, is it? The monkey exhibit at the zoo with Punch, the little monkey guy? Some tourists in like a costume jumped into their little habitat area. I don't know what the goal was, but the monkey went viral because he got abandoned by his mom or some shit like that, and he was getting bullied by the other monkeys, and then they found Punch a little family and stuff, and it was like really cute. Apparently some fucking some foreigners jumped in there in a costume to, I don't know, take videos with them or some shit. It was really confusing. Really fucking weird. Anyway, it's a good quirk. Like Undertale always talks about. I never played Undertale. This is also the second time. No, this is not Hagrid's shoes, right? This is Dumbledore's shoes. So, oh, he had a smile much like Hagrid's smile, so peaceful. Harry just knew he could trust him. A lovely, kindly young woman with flowing blonde hair and a pleasant heart-shaped face stood beside this holy man. Well, you're not going to tell us what shoe she's wearing? Hello there, little one, the man greeted amicably. I am the Reverend Albus Dumbledore, and this is my wife, Minerva. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. I can't believe Dumbledore is not gay in this one. Very confusing. Very confusing. Heart-shaped face. I know that is like a face shape type, but it is like really confusing. She has flowing blonde hair and a heart-shaped face, guys. Isn't she Professor McGonagall? He's not career-oriented either. Ugh. Alright. Time for chapter 3. Let's see. Do they have like the houses still? Oops. Christian fanfic. Author's note. Hello, friends. I have struggled a lot about whether or not to keep going with the story, but with a lot of praying, my husband and I decided it was the right thing to do. We want our little ones to have a good Christian literature to read, and in this modern world, sometimes that can be hard to come by. So I will just have to make do. Smiley face. Chapter 3. Dinner time. Pleased to meet you, Reverend Dumbledore, Harry replied enthusiastically and got to his feet. This sure is a beautiful place you have here. The Reverend beamed. Why, thank you, little one. His voice had a distinctive... Oh, southern twang, sorry. Why, thank you, little one. Why is he southern? Why is Dumbledore southern? I can totally believe Dumbledore is not gay to fanfic. Either that or it will be made known that he is struggling with it and then choosing to please God by not pursuing men. That's possible. He could be like, I once was tempted by the devil and then I met my beautiful Minerva. Why is he southern in the 3rd chapter? Why, thank you, little one. You think the husband character here, like the one that she brought up, was like, oh, you know what would be really good? Let's make Dumbledore southern. And she was like, that is a great idea, husband. The Reverend beamed. Wow, thank you, little one. His voice had a distinctive southern twang to it that made Harry feel so safe and welcome. He knew in that moment that the Reverend was a man of God. This poor little one... Oh, sorry, that's Hagrid. This poor little one was being raised in a terrible situation, Hagrid declared. He's declaring it concernedly. He was watched by a babysitter every second of the day. His aunt saw him as part of her perfect life package, like the big house, the fancy career, the speedy car. Apparently, according to Christians, having a fast car is also bad. If you're a woman, you cannot have a fast car, a big house, or a job at all. Oh, thank you. My head feels so warm. Thank you. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. Too bad no one told her. Parenting should be about the children, not the parents. That is why it's called parenting. Hagrid nodded wisely. Dumbledore turned to Harry and announced authoritatively. Why is everything? You really pulled out the thesaurus on this one. Holy shit. Now, you can start your classes tomorrow morning. Today, you can get settled into your dormitory. But first, why don't you eat dinner with my family and me? Really? Harry gasped excitedly. I've never had a family dinner before. Why don't you come with us, then? Dumbledore cried. Why don't you come with us, then? Dumbledore, I'm gonna try doing the emotion that like they say they have. Cried and kindly. And then he got down on his knee. Everyone else did the same. Oh, sorry. Why am I doing Southern for narrative? Sorry. Raising his large, massive, manly hands. Okay, so the writer is really thirsty for Dumbledore and Hagrid. She likes bearded men. That is becoming more and more clear because she also described Hagrid as being very manly and strong. I also love that the author got lazy. Instead of having the way to Hogwarts be like going to church and have to believe or something, they had God TP them to Hogwarts. Really. I always wanted teleportation as my transportation. Wait a minute. No fucking way. Raising his large, massive, manly hands up to the heavens, Dumbledore bellowed in a voice even louder than Hagrid's had been. Lord, please take us to the kitchen! They teleport to the kitchen too? They don't just walk to the kitchen? God teleports them? What the fuck is going on? Suddenly, they all found themselves in a tasteful decorated kitchen. Not even the fucking dining room, but the kitchen. Okay. Alright, proud housewife. Wow! Harry shouted in... Wait. Wow! Harry shouted in awe. He was still getting used to the power of prayer. Sometimes we take the wonderful things the Lord gives us for granted. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta walk to the dining room and shake my head. I know, they went to the kitchen, not the dining room. I'm sorry, okay. So I was raised Catholic, okay? So I've prayed before, and I'm gonna tell you, this person says sometimes we take the wonderful things the Lord gives us for granted. God never gave me the power of teleportation. I had to walk to places. Maybe I just wasn't good enough. And it takes a newcomer to the fold for us to understand just how blessed we are. That was amazing! Hagrid smiled knowingly. God is an amazing guy. He sure is, the Reverend's wife chuckled, before getting down to her knees and raising her own hands upwards. Dear Lord, please set the table with the sky blue cloth and the Sunday dishes, and please give us biscuit fried golden brown and gravy, creamy mashed potatoes, and my great aunt Eleanor's corn casserole, corn on the cob slathered with butter, and for dessert, some chocolate raspberry cookies. I didn't realize you could just use God like this. God, I'll take the number 2 large diet cola, an apple pie, and some onion rings. Thanks, God. Ah, I see. I was doing the wrong prayer. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? They deadass ordering off the heaven menu. They really are. Okay, but has this woman not read the Bible? Isn't this like the antithesis of Christianity? Taking the Lord's name in vain is a sin and wouldn't be demanding teleportation or ordering food for that matter, dude. Look at this. Well, what did they order? What's a... Give us biscuits, fried golden brown. Okay, dude, are biscuits fried? I thought they were baked. I'm also realizing that they don't eat meat because everything is... There's no meat. They have no main dish. Even the casserole is corn. Okay? All of these things appeared on the table exactly as the Reverend's wife had asked for them. Masterfully prepared and delicious smelling. Wait, fried biscuits? Yeah, apparently. Biscuits fried golden brown and gravy, creamy mashed potatoes, her aunt's, great aunt's Eleanor's, corn casserole, corn on the cob. That's 2 corn dishes for dinner! Minerva, you fucking idiot! God! Why didn't you ask for a good roast? I can't believe she went for 2 corn dishes, man. Did God like make her great aunt wake up and make the dishes and teleport it to them? Maybe God is her aunt. Like, hi Truck, welcome in. I thought Southern biscuits were also baked. I'm confused. I'm not from the South, so I can't say. Wait, we have Hermione? Wait, what? Okay. Harry's mouth dropped open. Truly, this woman was a real Proverbs 31 wife. Hermione, Hermione. The way Southern Hermione is kind of hard. Hermione. Hermione. The Reverend summoned loudly. Dinner time! Immediately, and with a cheerful obedience, wow, everyone's so obedient, an 11-year-old girl in a pretty pink dress with a matching bow came running down the stairs. She ran over to her father and gave him the winning smile that daughters have. Wow! Her mayonnaise! Her mayonnaise! Her mayonnaise! I can't believe Dumbledore was Hermione's dad this whole time, guys. This whole time! We thought her parents were dentists, but apparently it was Dumbledore. Sheesh! Welcome home, Daddy! She smiled and then turned to his wife. Wait, what? Wait, I don't understand. What do you mean turn to his wife? Does that mean that did he get divorced? Like, what's going on? Can I help at all with dinner, Mommy? It is all prepared. Thanks be to God, her mother retorted. I'm so confused. When you say I'm so confused because when you say they retort, it's usually like being rude, no? Like you're just like snapping back at them or something. She uses retort a lot, but like she does it so wrong. Because retort is to be like, yeah, fuck you, you know? Like it's supposed to be like throwing back something, but like she's retorting gracefully. It's all thanks, it's all prepared. Thanks be to God. But she's doing it gracefully? Hermione nodded knowingly. This is a Wattpad story. It's a fanfic. Fanfic's website? I found out a Korean website bought Wattpad, and I was like a little bit shook. Alright, I'll hydrate for you. Hermione, I would like you to meet Harry Potter, our newest student at Hogwarts School of Prayers and Miracles. Dumbledore introduced magnanimously. What? Why? Harry, I would like you to meet Hermione Granger, my beloved daughter. Okay, explain why you and your daughter have two different last names. Because Dumbledore is your last name. So where did Hermione come from? Pleased to meet you, Hermione responded sweetly with a shy grin. Harry could barely respond. This was the most beautiful young woman he had ever come across, so different from all the girls in public school who were focused on trying to be like career women they saw on Sex on this and the City. This little one was the picture of innocence and godliness. She's 11 years old. You can't sit there and describe her as like a beautiful young woman. She's 11. Sex in the City, right? Where everyone is an amazing career woman. I'm baffled. I'm truly baffled. Oh my god. Like, oh god, curse those other 11-year-olds trying to have careers. Stupid kids. Okay. Now, Dumbledore pronounced genially, let's eat! As the holy men, women, and little ones dug into the delicious manna the Lord has granted them. The conversation amongst the adult turned to darker topics. Harry listened intently, and he did not understand it, but he was very interested. Dark days are coming, Hagrid pronounced gravely around a mouthful of casserole. Evil forces are coming into this world, and the little ones at Hogwarts may be our last result. Psalm 127.5, Dumbledore referenced solemnly, and the others around the table nodded knowingly. A lot of Lees. A lot of fucking Lees going on, man. Hogwarts might be the last hope for the forces of good in the world. Author's note, God bless. Imagine the Lord knew how to cane sauce. Oh my god. Lord, I would like Raisin King chicken nuggies. This is a two-parter. Alright kids, next part. She gave us notes too. Hold on. Author's note. Hello, friends. I apologize for being gone for so long. One of my little ones came down with pneumonia. So, of course, my life has been nothing but doctor's appointments and chicken soup, and that's on top of all of the other work a mommy has to do. I had nearly forgotten about this little story of mine when I sat down to catch up my emails, and lo and behold, there were dozens of messages from this lovely site. Now, of course, there were some hateful messages that made me very sad, but for every review posted by an evolutionist with a bee in his bonnet, there were 3 lovely private messages from other mommies out there thanking me for doing the Lord's work. Wow, I know when the Lord is telling me something. So here's another chapter for all you mommies out there and all you non-believers spreading hatred. Well, let's see if you aren't converted by the time this story is over. Are you guys ready to be converted? Hey, what? Why are you sending your kid to a doctor? I thought God provides. I'm so confused here. What the heck? What the heck? I thought God was gonna cure that pneumonia. Plan. Why don't you try praying to God for a lasagna and see what happens? Remember, you have to be saved, so make sure you say the sinner's prayer first, okay? You have to be saved first, or else he doesn't listen to you. When the delicious filling dinner had ended, Harry wiped some last tasty cookie crumbs from the side of his mouth. He was very full and very tired. Discovering the truth, being saved, and coming to Hogwarts, it had certainly been a long day for this little one. You look like you could use a good night's sleep, the Reverend's wife commented daintily. How would you like to move into your dormitory? I would love to, Harry cried cheerfully. So many leaves, man. He was so excited to become a student here, and he was so grateful for the opportunities the Lord had given him. Sometimes people who had done without are the most grateful. Hermione! Why don't you show our newest student to the dormitory? Dumbledore suggested wisely. I'd love to, Daddy, Hermione replied obediently, with a innocent girlish smile. Okay, alright, it's getting weird. And got to her feet and smoothed out the skirt of her becoming pink frock. Should I clean the kitchen first? Oh my god. They did not do this. Why can't God clean? God made the mess. I can take care of that tonight, the Reverend's wife answered indulgently, and she was already beginning to clear the elegant porcelain dishes. Thank you, Mommy, Hermione shouted gratefully, and walked over to Harry. Would you come with me, please? Harry blushed shyly and got to her feet. His aunt had never taught him how to talk to pretty girls. Oh, I didn't realize talking to girls had to be taught. Did any of you learn? If you didn't, I'll teach you. She always said that pretty girls were shallow and not very smart, and that a real woman put her career first and didn't care about her looks. Alright, there's a lot of insecurities coming out in this story. So pretty girls care about their careers and not about their looks, but then how are they pretty if they didn't care? I bet she taught him how to talk to ugly career-oriented girls. But it only took one look at this godly young girl to realize just how wrong that was. A woman taking pride in her appearance is honoring the Lord, because, after all, it is the Lord who gave her a pretty face and nice hair. Taking care of that is important. Wow, I didn't realize. Harry got the feeling that Hermione was as beautiful on the inside as she was on the outside. The two little ones stepped out into the brisk, chilly night, and for minutes they were both silent. Harry did not think it was possible for this sweet, demure girl to be as nervous as he was, but going by the silence, perhaps she was a little nervous herself. Oh my god, the harlot. After a few minutes, Hermione welcomed shyly. Welcome to Hogwarts! It is a wonderful place, and we really are so glad to have you here. Harry's face reddened as they crossed an expansive flowery field. Where are they going? Why can't they just teleport to the fucking dorm? They teleported everywhere else. They were going in the direction of a cluster of imposing stone academic-looking buildings. Thank you, he muttered happily. It is beautiful, and it feels very holy. It is, Hermione commented enthusiastically, and her chocolate-colored, carefully curled tresses were bouncing along with her steps. My father is a very godly man, and to spread the word of the Lord is his greatest dream. Truly, that is a noble dream, Harry responded gravely with wisdom beyond his few years. They walked for a few more minutes in silence. Eventually, they reached the end of the lovely green meadow. The boys' dormitory is this way, Hermione exposited knowingly, and with the innocent, casual affection so often found in children. She grabbed Harry's hand as she led him around the edifice of classrooms. Harry was so nervous. He could not think of anything to say. His brain fumbled for the perfect Christian thing to say. But before he could even manage a word, Hermione came to stop in front of a tall stone tower. I gotta think of a good Christian thing to say, guys. Wait, this chapter is longer, so I had to cut it in half. Hold on. understand. They really hate women with careers, huh? This is the boys' dormitory, the devout young woman explained kindly, and she gestured to the heavy oak doors beside them. I would show you inside, but I would hate to cause a scandal. Netflix needs to adapt this. Has anyone breathed breastedly or bounced boobily yet? No, not yet. Hermione's only 11 here, and the other woman is married, okay? Like, that's just inappropriate. Aha, what Hermione said contradicts the Bible. What chapter are we on? We're on chapter 4, Dangerous Days Ahead. Just a chapter before, they teleported to the kitchen and they also ordered off heaven's menu, and God gave them food as well. It was amazing. Awesome. Mary, welcome in. And now Hermione, Dumbledore's daughter, okay, they have different last names, but we're not addressing that apparently, is showing Harry to his room. I understand, Harry declared graciously. Too many young men these days pressured young women into things undesired and forbidden. They're 11 years old in this story! What the fuck are they on about? They're 11 years old! You can't be saying this! It is the mark of a true old-fashioned gentleman to respect the fact that every young woman is another man's future wife. Okay, and we all know that it would be dreadful. It would be a dreadful, terrible sin to bring another man's wife into intimacy. Why does modern culture suddenly treat that as okay, simply because he does not have her yet? Man's laws may permit it, but the laws of the Lord are not bound by it. Maybe, oh my god, you're right. Maybe Hermione was adopted. Do you think that Netflix will make this worse or better? I think that somehow Netflix will make it worse by trying to make it better. Yeah, Hermione is confirmed 11 years old, and I think she intends for them to be love interests, so they should be around the same age. Hermione moved to push open the imposing large door, but she struggled with the knob. It was quite a heavy door, but Harry was a good, devout Christian now. He would not have a young, godly girl struggling to open the door, which he was perfectly capable of opening himself. With the simple faith so often seen in little ones, Harry got down on his knees. Oh my god, no. Dude, you're not gonna ask God to open this door. You're not asking God to open this door, you lazy little shit. Harry got down on his knees and lifted his hands skyward and shouted prayerfully. Dear Lord, please open these doors and allow me to enter my new home. With a loud, thunderous boom that echoed throughout the expansive, beautiful campus, the doors crashed open. Harry stood up piously as Hermione's jaw dropped. Now she knew for certain that this was truly a man of the Lord. So could she not do that? Could she not prayerfully open the door too? Harry was about to step inside when Hermione grabbed his arm. He blushed once more. Wait, Harry! Hermione uttered quickly. There's something you should know! What is it? Harry queried questioningly. My father said that dark times are coming. Hermione spoke worriedly. There is a man named Voldemort. Yo, Voldemort made it! Why is it so Christian? Because you know, the author is trying to save you, that's why. Queried questioningly. Dude, she has used this like 5 times already. There is a man named Voldemort who wants to destroy all that we stand for. He is pushing an agenda in Congress which will stop us from practicing our faith freely. But that is what our founding fathers built this nation for, Harry cried indignantly. The freedom of religion! Oh no. Voldemort doesn't care, Hermione remarked sadly and shook her head. And he is gaining power. The freedom of Christians to practice our faith is disappearing by the day. Soon it will be like it was in Rome. Lovely ladylike tears began to roll down her delicate, terrified face. And I don't like lions! What? Soon it will be like Rome's, and I don't like lions! Is that all Rome was? Lions? Wait, Congress? Yeah, Voldemort is a politician apparently that's trying to take religion out, I guess. Said sayingly, they would never use the word said. Yeah, Nuna, you don't know that Roma was swimming in lions? I didn't know. It's just like, soon it'll be like Rome, and I don't like lions. It's like the funniest shit ever. Oh my god. I don't think anyone could be this intentionally funny. And I think it's referencing the Bible about some Christians getting thrown in the lion's pit. Oh, that would make sense. Yo, but I guess Lion King was not allowed, huh? What a sad childhood. I loves. Holy shit. It's like Sharknado though. Like the girl who's like, I hate sharks because it took my uncle. Like, dude, come on. It'll be alright, Harry reassured manfully. We will just need to pray really, really hard. That's why we're here after all. You're so brave, Hermione pronounced admiringly, and wiped the tears from her eyes. She flung her arms around Harry's neck. Thank you for giving me courage. Whoa, 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 whoa. She's hugging him. The harlot. Ugh, I can't believe it. What a slut. What happened to, it's a true mark of a gentleman to not do anything with a lady because all ladies are a man's future wife, so it's wrong to be intimate with a woman who would one day be another man's wife. Hypocritical. Harry patted her head before departing, entering his new home. Premarital hugging? Ugh, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't until the doors had closed behind him, did he pray for the door to close too, that he realized that he did not know where he was supposed to sleep. The tower consisted of an old stone staircase winding up the steep sacred walls, and there were doors leading into each bedroom off of the stairway corridor. Harry felt very lost for a moment, but a quick prayer showed him the way! Yay! As he collapsed into his bed, very tired from an eventful day, just like you, loves, he thought about the days that were coming. It was truly a good thing that the Lord had called him when he did. Chapter 5. Oh, it is a much shorter chapter, but the author apologizes for that? Wait, no, it's not. The only reason it looks longer is because she added so many notes. Oh my god. Proud housewife, if you actually cared about the story, okay? You wouldn't have focused so much on your author's note and just wrote longer stories. How annoying. Okay. Not tired now. An hour's sleep a day is all that's needed. Yeah, apparently so does Elle from the fucking Death Note live action Netflix adaptation movie. Hello, friends. Oh wait, I gotta do the proud housewife voice. Hold on. Hello, friends. I'm very sorry if this chapter is a bit shorter than usual, because just as soon as one sick little one gets better, wouldn't you know it, another one starts running a fever. Phew! A mommy's life sure is exhausting. I wasn't planning on posting another chapter until things had settled down, but the hubby said the work of the Lord doesn't wait for the whims of men. So you can all thank Ephesians 5:22-24 for the speedy update. Why doesn't your husband just say it? Oh, and that note, some of you lovely readers have requested me to write down the Bible verses for each chapter. Well, far be it from me not to spread the word of the Lord. Another question I have gotten in the original books, Harry Potter and his friends frequently question authority. How do I feel about this? Well, that is quite a toughie. You've asked me. I talked to the hubby about it, and we agreed that usually it's good to obey authority, but when the authority is acting contrary to the Lord, you should talk to that authority about it. Act 529. You just might see authority figures making bad decisions in this chapter. Nobody is perfect except the Lord. No, not even Dumbledore. No matter what the original books told you and how Harry Potter handles this will be a big question in the story. Hint, it'll be very different than the original books. Wink! Wink! And finally, I got a PM from a lovely friend who was a bit confused, so I'll just clear this up now. I do not own the original books, and these belong to JKR. So, without further ado... Oh wow. Oh wow. I thought she wrote this story, all original. Harry Potter woke up drowsily in a comfy, fluffy mattress. It was only now he had the energy to observe his surroundings. The room was small, but also everything a little boy needed. There was a big, warm fireplace in the graying stone walls across from him. A shelf of intelligent, age-appropriate books. The Holy Bible was in the center of the shelf, of course. And there was a simple wood dresser of respectable, school-appropriate attire. And of course, a clean porcelain sink for washing up and brushing teeth and such. And only then did our hero notice that there was another bed in the room. It was the same as his own bed, except that this bed had not been made. Also, this bed had its own Bible in it, and it looked different from the one on the shelf. But where was this new roommate of his? Hey, stop it! Stop trying to out-prayer each other, god damn it. Harry looked behind him to see a small, pallid young boy with shockingly bright red hair kneeling with seeming piety as he prayed to a small statue. At this shocking sight, Harry felt horror. Wait, why? Wait, why? Why did he feel horror? Wait, why? Why? But he quickly composed himself. Oh, you think that's how they do wizard battles? And declared bravely, "Hello, friend. My name is Harry Potter, and I take it that we are roommates? What's your name?" "Ronald Weasley," the other boy responded friendlily and reached out a hand to shake. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I'm a Christian too." "Really?" Harry exclaimed delightedly and clasped his hands together. "This is joyous news." Ronald smiled deviously, and Harry remembered that he had seen his boy praying to a statue, and he wondered why that would be. But he was new to this whole Christianity thing, and maybe that was okay. Still, it didn't feel quite right. Ooh, he didn't shake. Yeah. Wait. Hello. Oh no, they clasped his hands together. Well, okay, no, he didn't. He reached out his hand like, "Nice to meet you," and then Harry just shook his own hand. You're right, Harry just shook his own hand. Some say Ron is still standing there waiting for his hand to be shaken. Hey, if Ron strays from God, it's Harry's fault, okay? It's Harry's fault for not shaking his hand. Harry had the chance to take Ron's hand, and he just didn't. Ron could have been saved. He bravely resolved he would bring it up with Dumbledore. "Would you like to come with me to breakfast?" Wait, did they sleep? Oh, they did. Okay, they did. Okay. Ronald queried politely as he got up from the statue he had been kneeling in front of. "They have delicious food here in the Great Halls." "Would I ever?" Harry cried delightedly and bolted out of the bed and brushed his teeth and washed his face. This little one certainly had a healthy appetite. I thought this was written in the POV of Harry, but it's like this one certainly... Who is this, a narrator? Dumbledore the Ginger stole my soul. In a jiffy, Harry and his new friend had joined a stream of young lads on the steep, winding stairs heading to breakfast. They could smell the aroma of breakfast from the Great Halls, and it wafted right into their noses. That sounds fucking horrifying. I don't know why. That sentence, "it wafted right into their noses," is fucking disgusting. Before they knew it, they were all sitting in the great hall. Come sit with me and my family, Ron offered. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong voice. Come sit with me and my family, Ronald offered eagerly, and he motioned frantically towards a table packed full of people with hair just as red as his. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I can't wait for them to see that I made a new friend. Hi, Manny. Welcome in. Thank you for squeaking it 49 times. I'm reading a Harry Potter Christian fanfic. It's really funny. Harry followed Ronald with the obedience of one who does not have many friends in it. What? Harry followed Ronald with the obedience of one who does not have many friends in a new situation. Oh my god. So basically, he said Harry followed him like a fucking loner, huh? Hold on, I have a mosquito. I gotta catch it. Lord, kill this mosquito! It disappeared, never mind. I'll get it next time. Yo, cactus. That was a good one, buddy. Oh, what difficult circumstances that can be, and how many believers have been led astray by those situations. Guys, Ronald screeched joyously as he pulled Harry towards the table of his family. This is Harry Potter, and he's my new roommate. Hello, Harry, the Weasleys chorused in unison. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. Hello, Harry stammered shyly. Something about this group made him nervous. Nice to meet you. He sat down at the table. He could smell a delicious breakfast, but where was the food? No, is he gonna fucking pray? Is he gonna pray the food again? Guys, how did he smell? How did the wafting of the food get to their noses when there was no food? Guys, it literally said they could smell the aroma of breakfast from the great halls and it wafted right into their noses, but there's no food. God wafted his magic. His farts. Cactus, this is exactly how they get food, okay? They don't cook it, they don't buy it, they don't grow it. This is how you get food if you're a Christian. A true Christian, by the way. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind when Reverend Dumbledore came onto the Great Hall stage and dropped down to his knees. Dude, their knees must be in so much pain. They're always dropping to their knees. And he raised his hand skyward and screamed, "Dear Lord, please provide these devout young ones with 3 strips of bacon or links of sausage, each 2. For the ladies, a bowl of hearty oatmeal flavored with cinnamon and apple chunks, 2 poached eggs cooked all the way through, home fries seasoned with garlic, a glass each of orange juice and milk, and dishes up to the task." Wow. So women are not allowed to eat bacon or sausages, huh? Yeah, apparently the women don't get bacon. They get to eat oatmeals flavored with cinnamon and apple chunks. And poached eggs. Aren't poached eggs supposed to be undercooked? Otherwise, it's just a boiled egg? Tube! Hi, tubers. Be careful. Don't pray too hard. So it seems that the young boys get 3 strips of bacon and a link of sausage. And then women get oatmeal, cooked, like fully cooked poached eggs, and home fries. Harry was once again amazed to see the food appear in front of him. The food looked and smelled amazing. He suspected good old Minerva had something to do with this delicious spread. No, it was God! It was literally God! I can't believe it. Crediting a woman for God's work? Alright, next chapter. Oh, not next chapter, sorry. Next part. But before he dug into the food, he remembered he had something to discuss with the Reverend. Harry, no, you have to get on your knees. And also you have to be saved. Harry fought his nervousness and he ran after Dumbledore and he hopped dexterously off the stage. "Excuse me," the young believer cried innocently as he ran after the Reverend as fast as his little legs could carry him. "Excuse me, Reverend?" "What is it, son?" Oh, sorry, I forgot. Oh my god, I fucked that up so badly. I forgot that Dumbledore was Southern. "What is it, son?" the Reverend reiterated kindly. He reiterated, "What is it, son?" I see, okay. He was dressed respectably in sturdy manly jeans and a red and white blue plaid shirt. Red, white, and blue? He's wearing a red, white, and blue shirt. And cowboy boots. Oh my god. Is it Pyro? It is, you're right. Oh my god, I can't believe Pyro's Dumbledore. "Are you settling in all right?" "I sure am." I sure am," Harry retorted graciously. "How are things with your family?" "Very well," replied Dumbledore knowledgeably, and he was impressed with his little one's manners. "Was there something you want to talk to me about?" "Well," Harry began uncomfortably and scuffed his blue sneakers foot against the polished wood floor of the Great Hall. "I woke up this morning and saw my roommate praying to a statue. Is that really an okay thing to do?" "That is a real toughie," Dumbledore answered ponderously. "Well, I don't worship idols. It is, in fact, a very unchristian thing to do. But you see, here at Hogwarts, we divide ourselves into sorting hats. After breakfast, all the new little ones will choose their hats. Each of the different hats have different beliefs, but we all love the Lord. But what more in common do you need?" Oh, this person has never read Harry Potter or watched Harry Potter. If she literally think everyone gets hats, if she literally thinks the sorting hat is hats that you wear, like That does sound true, Harry pondered sensitively, but is it really? It seems that if we all really love the Lord, we don't need to divide ourselves. Are the divisions between the different hats really so significant as to merit dividing Christianity? What are these divisions? Oh boy. Well, they are somewhat significant, Dumbledore allowed tentatively. For instance, I am a Gryffindor hat. We believe everything in the Bible and only the Bible. And that red-headed roommate of yours is a Slytherin hat. No fucking way. They put Ron in Slytherin. Holy shit. Do Slytherins worship statues? Harry queried innocently. The Reverend nodded gravely. Then how are they Christian? Harry questioned skeptically. What about Exodus 24-6? That's the 10th commandment. Well, they have different commandments, Dumbledore explained well-meaningly. They love the Lord, and that is all we need. But do they really love the Lord? Harry posited timidly. If they do, then why do they worship statues? Dark days are coming, Dumbledore replied earnestly. We need to be inclusive. If there were only Gryffindor hats at Hogwarts, then there would not be many people left. I see, Harry conceded uncertainly as he walked back to Ronald's overcrowded table. He was getting nervous about this hat business, and he supposed he did have to trust Dumbledore. After all, grown-ups know best, right? We cannot be racist now, Harry. Also, in this world, with the magic sky friend who can summon anything, does their attitude towards atheists not make sense? No, they love and forgive them. I am blown away. Where's Ravenclaw? Where's Hufflepuff? Where are they? The wizard Twitter is gonna be so mad at Dumbledore for using the I word. What's the I word? What did he say? Okay, so apparently these are the things that they reference in here, and it's pretty stupid, so I'm not gonna read those. Why are the houses still named that anyway? Because she would have to think of something if she didn't just take it from Harry Potter. Duh. You want her to just come up with an idea on her own? Don't be silly. Alright. Sorting. Alright, this is the sorting scene. For some reason, I always love, like, the sorting hat stuff. It's just fun. It's just fun. I guess it's like gambling. Maybe I have a gambling addiction. Maybe I just, like, think of it as gambling, therefore it's more exciting to see, like, where they end up. It's like, ah, they lost. They went into Slytherin. They have to be evil now. Author's notes. Hello, friends. I apologize to people whose private messages I haven't been able to reply to. But things are awful busy here in Fort Parsons, and a mommy's work is never done. Many thanks to those lovely friends who have asked about the little ones. It looks like the second sickie did not have pneumonia after all. It was just a flu. It was a rough few days, but now all the little Parsonses are in tip-top shape. Phew! Wait, what house will Harry be in? I have no idea. I'm so nervous for him. There's Slytherin and there's Gryffindor, and then there's Slytherin and there's Gryffindor. This is the chapter I was waiting for. Oh my god, did you read all of it? Harry Potter walked back to the table of redheads. It was only now that he noticed they were all wearing black and green baseball caps with snakes on them. You just noticed they were all wearing fucking hats? Harry sat down next to Ronald, who was not wearing a hat since he, like Harry, was new. It's literally hats. It's doesn't know the story. So, Harry began nervously as he bit into a thick, juicy slice of perfectly fried bacon. What sorting hat do you think you will choose? Oh, I will definitely choose Slytherin, Ronald declared confidently, and he began to eat his oatmeal with his hands. I thought only the women got oatmeal! My whole house is Slytherins! He gestured to the countless redheads sitting at the table, and they all turned to Harry and smiled and waved. You should become a Slytherin too! We could do it together! Is that the official Slytherin hat? Yes. They're baseball caps. Harry uttered ponderously. He took a bite of eggs. Why don't you tell me what Slytherins believe? Sure, Ron replied ecstatically. He began eating his oatmeal. Well, first, we believe in the Bible. That is wonderful, Harry reacted happily. He took a sip of his orange juice. I do as well. Perhaps I could be a Slytherin after all. But wait, that is not all. Ronald continued excitedly and washed his oatmeal down with milk. Gryffindor hats believe in the Bible too, but Slytherins have even more. We have a book full of guidelines on how to be a good person, and a whole panel of Slytherin hats to tell us what to do. Harry furrowed his innocent childish brow, and he took another bite of oatmeal. Okay, he also stole oatmeal. He questioned confusedly. Why do you need all that if you have the Bible? Ronald guffawed, and he shoveled more oatmeal into his mouth. Why only have the Bible when you have more? Why, that would be like only praying to God. Harry gasped in horror as he bit into more bacon. Of course, I only pray to God. Who else would I pray to? Oh no, the Catholics. What about Mary? Ronald posited angrily around a mouthful of oatmeal. You have at least to worship her. You have to at least worship to her. You mean the mommy of our Lord? Harry demanded in scandal and chewed his bacon. They're like eating so much. We're in chapter 6 on speed. I don't worship her? Well then God hates you! Ron stated simply, and a piece of bacon flew out of his mouth. As he did so, Harry was tentative, since he was new to this whole Christianity thing. But he did not think God would hate him for worshipping his mommy. On the contrary, he had a hunch that God wanted people to only worship him. Don't listen to him, commented a drowsy voice self-righteously from behind Harry. Oh, Jesus. Hi, Hodgepodge. Harry turned around and saw a girl about his own age. Her pale yellow hair was tied into braids, and she wore a tie-dye shirt, faded jeans, and flowers in her hair. Peace signs and donkey patches were sewn all over her clothes. Oh no, a hippie! Hi Hodgepodge, we're in the sorting hat section of the Christian Harry Potter fanfic. You should not become a Slytherin hat, the girl continued confidently. She was eating what looked like it was supposed to be bacon, but it did not smell or taste like bacon. It missed that smoky, meaty taste that bacon's supposed to have. Instead, it tasted like vegetables blended together and dyed red. Yuck! Harry would take real bacon over that any day of the weeks. They are far too strict, man. So we learned that they also hate vegetarians. They hate evolution, and they hate women with jobs, and they hate vegetarians. Oh man. Harry hummed skeptically. He was not sure about this whole Slytherin business, but the word strict was not what came to mind. You should become a Hufflepuff hat, the girl instructed arrogantly, and continued to nibble at her breakfast. That's what I'm gonna do. I didn't. Okay, so they do have Hufflepuff. They only mentioned 2. Hufflepuff hats believe. Oh, it is Luna. Holy shit. What do Hufflepuff hats believe in? Harry pondered aloud and took a bite of his real bacon. Oh, how he wanted to find a true hat. Hufflepuff hats believe in the Bible, but only some of it, Luna explained casually. She was still feeding on that stuff. We don't believe in the stuff against fornication and drinking and socialism, man. But we really like Matthew 7:1, and that's about it. We're really fun, we seem really nice. We seem really nice? And really tolerant as long as you agree with us. That was when a derisive laugh echoed through the cafeteria. A smug-looking young man, about Harry's age, with slick-back hair, even paler blonde than Luna's, and wearing a sweater vest and khakis, strolled languidly down between the rows of tables. Please ignore this fool, Draco drawled smugly. Luna here thinks she can have a career even though she's a woman, and women are stupid! Oh my god! Luna here thinks she can have a career even though she's a woman. I'm very confused. Does the author like Draco or not like Draco? Because Draco is against women having jobs, but the author is also against women having jobs. So, I'm so confused. Harry gaped at this horrible person. What a mean thing to say! Next part. Hold on. I gotta grab it. Oh no. Oh no. Women should not have careers because women are stupid, Harry shouted indignantly. Women are not stupid at all. Women should not have careers because women are nurturing and loving and their gifts serves them best in the home. Oh my god. I'm dead. This thing has killed me. Oh no. The 2 types of misogyny are fighting. God, at least he doesn't think women are stupid, right guys? They're 2 wolves, they truly are. Draco gasped tentatively. You are diluting the truth. Women are beneath men. No, I'm not, Harry fired back bravely. You are twisting the truth. So you can be mean with it. Oops. Women are not beneath men. Men and women are just different. Luna smiled at him gratefully. Draco was clearly fumbling for ground here. There is not much ground to stand on when you're being hateful. But he finally came up with, well, at least I don't eat with Slytherin hats. I hate Slytherins. Wait, Draco is not a Slytherin? Wait, huh? Ronald began to cry into his oatmeal. I don't hate Slytherin hats, Harry declared boldly. I think they should become Gryffindor hats. That is because I love them. Besides, the Lord ate with sinners all the time. Thank you, Harry. Ronald whispered tearfully. Well, you should just become a Ravenclaw hat like me. Draco sputtered blusteringly. We really are the best hat. I think you mean we really are the most hateful hat, Harry corrected cleverly and then jumped onto the table. Oh shit. Harry, get down, you're crazy. Harry, get off the table, Harry. You're gonna fall. He got down on his knees. On the table, Harry? And he raised his hands to the ceiling of the Great Hall and bellowed, Dear Lord, I have made my decision. I am a Gryffindor hat. But you haven't met any other Gryffindors to make a decision. Is Harry calling Ron a sinner? Yes, he is. He's like, I don't hate them, but they are sinners. Judge not, that ye not be judged. Yeah, apparently. Draco says women should not have jobs because women are stupid. And Harry says women should not have jobs because they're more suited to stay at home. I'm just... Oh my god. That mosquito, I almost caught it. Thank you for befriending a sinner like me. Okay, why did they switch Ron to be a Slytherin? Author's voice, ready? Hello, friends. Phew! This chapter took longer to write than I thought it would. There is so much to be done here at Fort Parsons. Someday I don't think I'll ever get caught up. Where is this? Where is Fort Parsons? But now the little ones are sound asleep. I am finally getting around to putting the finishing touches on this little chapter. I apologize for the delay. Now, there have been quite a few questions and comments coming in, and I thought I should take the time to address a few, since I don't have time to reply individually. First of all, to all the mommies who have expressed their appreciation of this little story of mine, thank you. Your support keeps me writing. Remember, though the glory is not mine, it is the work of a greater cause, and that people who call me names as a Bible-believing Christian is like a big, ugly monster who lives under a bridge, and wanting everyone to do the right thing and go to heaven makes me a so-called bigot? Well, that's this modern world for you. And finally, to the people who say I am spreading hate, take a look at some of the comments posted here. Say that I am a terrible writer and a terrible mother whose children will hate her one day. Who is it who is spreading hate here? Because I don't think it's me. I don't know, man. You kind of hate women, especially women with jobs. Harry and Draco should just make out already. But that would be gay, Wansby. That would be gay. It makes it sound like she's writing from a prison. The Great Halls burst into applaud as a red and yellow baseball cap with a lion embroidered on the front appeared on Harry's head. The tag suspiciously read, Made in China. No, it did not actually say that, but I assume. He hopped deftly off the table and landed on his little feet. He could feel the love of the Lord surging through him, and he knew he made the right decision. He doesn't even know what Gryffindor's about. He was even more sure of the decision when Hermione dashed across the cafeteria to give him a big spontaneous hug. Holy shit, this harlot is giving more hugs? Oh, everyone is wearing baseball caps to represent their house. They're literal hats, okay? She too was sporting a red and yellow baseball cap, although her cap had a kitten on it instead of a lion. Yeah, of course, because she's scared of lions. Yeah, because like in Rome, right? Like Loves told us back in the day, Christians were thrown at the lions, so she's scared of lions. I'm so happy, Harry, she cried gladly, delicate tears streaming down her face. When I saw you eating with that family, I was so scared I thought you might become a Slytherin. Never worry about that, Harry declared boldly and bravely. I am a Gryffindor, now and forever. Well chosen, Dumbledore declared approvingly as he took long, energetic strides across the crowded, noisy room. Welcome to the Gryffindor hat, Harry. Harry beamed happily. Truly, he had been blessed. As he sat down to finish his breakfast, he was still glowing from joy. He sat back next to Ronald. Will you still be my friend even though you are a different hat? Ronald asked timidly. Of course, Harry declared generously and began to eat his eggs. He had expected his eggs to be cold by now. What with all the hullabaloo, but lo and behold, they were still piping hot. He would not pretend that what Ronald believed about worshipping the dead. He would still offer the young boy friendship in the spirit of Matthew 2:16-17. So very good. Thank you, Harry, Ronald uttered happily. He may have been sporting a green and black hat with a snake on it, which testified to his Slytherin beliefs, but he could recognize Harry's pure-hearted godliness, generosity, humility, and innocent goodness. He looked around at his siblings, all of them wearing hats identical to his own, and he wondered why none of them were like that. How did they get into school? I thought they were all like super Christian. Attention students, Reverend Dumbledore announced authoritatively as he hopped onto the stage. He held a microphone by his mouth. Congratulations on picking your hat, he continued kindly. I am sure you have all chosen wisely. Harry hummed to himself. He knew that the Reverend meant well, but it was really doing the members of the other hats much good to tell them that everything was the same when it wasn't. Wouldn't they all be happier if they knew to read the Bible and take it seriously? Dumbledore thought he was making everyone happy, and perhaps he was in the short run. But in the long run, Harry worried that he was doing more harm than good. Harry did not say anything because he knew he was new to the flock and he didn't feel confident in his connection with the Lord. But sometimes it takes newcomers to point out the flaws we don't see in our own communities. The Reverend clapped his hands against each other and then he spoke enthusiastically. Now, you will be sharing most of your classes with other members of your hat, so it will be good for you to get to know them. Ravenclaw hats, please gather around Mr. Moody. Hufflepuff hats, please gather around Mr. Sprout. Slytherin hats, please go gather around Mr. Finnegan. And Gryffindor hats, please gather around Mr. Snape. Whoa, Snape is in here? Now, at the beginning of the breakfast meal, Harry had noticed a tall, mysterious-looking man with long, dark hair and gaunt, enigmatic features. He was dressed stylishly in a crisp black suit, and his tie made a shock of red in the otherwise totally black outfit. The dark hair on his pale chest was nearly trim, but still— Why does every man have their chest open? Explain this to me. She also commented on fucking Hagrid's hairy chest, and now we're talking about fucking Professor Snape's chest hair? What is this? The dark hair on his pale chest. I thought he was wearing a suit! But still, noticeably thick. The fucking mom is so thirsty, dude. The fucking fanfic writer is so fucking thirsty, man. Chest hair ascot. We all wear tops like yours, Una. That's not normal? No! That's not what a suit looks like! But still, noticeably thick. He wore elegant black leather shoes. Oh, we got shoes again. On both of his feet. Not just one of his feet, guys. He wore black leather shoes on both of his feet. Wow. It was now that he noticed that on the table that the other man was sitting at was a placard that said on it, Mr. Snape. Harry followed the other brave young children wearing Gryffindor hats. So, Snape was demoted from professor to just regular teacher? Question mark? He's from Professor Snape to Mr. Snape? You would understand, Una. You need to be at least a level 20 cleric to understand that. He's not a priest or anything. He's wearing a suit. With his chest hair out. I need to understand this. So, we got... Okay, let's see. It says... Tall, mysterious man with long dark hair. Gaunt. Long hair. And then he's wearing a suit. But you can see his chest hair, so it must be open here. No necktie? He has a tie! Wait, so how can you see his chest hair? If the tie is here, it's blocking his chest. I see. Alright, this writer has like a weird fetish for chests. And shoes. It's probably that really old style clothing where you wear a blazer but no undershirt so you could see his exposed upper chest. I see. The tie is over his shoulders like a ponytail? Essentially. Well, we did learn that he shaves his chest, apparently. His chest hair, his pale chest was neatly trimmed. Men in chat, do you guys shave your chest hair? I'm kind of curious. No. Oh no, the next chapter is even shorter. No. Nah, the tie is backwards so you can grab it like a leash. Oh. But would God want that? Maybe the tie is really small? That's true. Oh no, she's getting angry. This chapter is even shorter. Hold on. Hello friends, blah blah blah. I do not hate women. I am a woman. Now, what is it I have done to have people calling me this? Well, apparently, seeing that women are loving and nurturing and good, right? How hateful. I am just a mean old bigot. No, you just made fun of women with jobs, like constantly. Now, it is certainly true that it is written in the Bible about women was used as an excuse to actually be hateful to women, and that is terrible. There are some people out there who think all women are stupid or less than men. Friends, this is not what I believe. I believe that women have special gifts that are no less than men. In fact, I think that if women virtues were respected more, the world would be a better place to live. And any of those so-called Christians who hate women, think women are stupid or worth less than men, and that God doesn't respect us, well, they will all get a very serious talking to from a certain housewife. Now, does that sound misogynistic to you? Yes, yes. That it trims his chest hair? Confirmed? Did you have to ask him? If he doesn't, does it get too long? Does it start like poking out of his shirt or something? Does it add like a cushion on his shirt? And then you could like poke it down or something? Boing, boing. Adds like a little mattress to it. Alright, now we're gonna learn about Snape. I need to know what she did to Snape, because Snape is a piece of shit. Harry Potter walked nervously over to the table of Mr. Snape. The other little ones wearing red and yellow hats did the same. Mr. Snape silently stood up and he motioned with his head for the boys and girls to follow him, and he sauntered out of the great halls. He led them into a small classroom with a few desks inside. He silently motioned for the little ones to sit down at the desk. They did. He stood up at the blackboard in front of them. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Prayers and Miracles, greeted the older but still handsome in a dignified, rugged way. What? Wait, greeted the older but still handsome in a dignified, rugged way amicably. Greeted amicably. But this is the detail between. I see what you're trying to do. Man, she is horny. She is horny for Snape. Holy fuck. First Hagrid and now Snape? It's just very questionable. The little ones all sat in respectful attention. Luna, she's not thirsty. She's dying of dehydration in the desert. She has a husband! She can't write like this about a fictional man. That's an ungodly thing to do. So, you have all chosen the Gryffindor hat, Mr. Snape queried. He raised his eyebrow. Yes, Mr. Snape! Chorused all the students together. Well, Mr. Snape said. He drew his tall, strapping form. She really is thirsty for this man. He drew his tall, strapping form up to its full impressive height. I would like to say that your choosing will make you happy. Or that I would like to say Oh, what he means is, I would like to say that your choosing may not make you happy. What? Or that your lies will be easier, but I will not lie. What? She tried. She was too busy writing the details of what he looked like that she just wrote this wrong. She's basically saying, I can't promise that you will be happy or that your lives will be easy, but there are dark forces in the world and they do not like Christians. And when I say Christians, I mean Gryffindor hats. They love Hufflepuff hats because Hufflepuff hats believe everything these people say and slap the label Christian onto that philosophy. And so the Hufflepuff hats make it easier. The Ravenclaw hats these people claim not to like, but they pretend that the Ravenclaw hat's extremism applies to all Christians. So the Ravenclaw hats help them. Very confusing, this concept. Maybe she just needs her husband to cosplay as Snape and their marriage will be fixed. Or maybe the husband is the one writing it like that. This is so confusing. So you're saying that the Hufflepuffs are the easy Christians and then the Ravenclaws are bad Christians? Harry frowned confusedly. Me too, Harry. After the Reverend's acceptance of all hats, he wondered why Mr. Snape was addressing them so directly. He found Mr. Snape's honesty refreshing, but he also wondered, was the honesty also combined with hate for others that he had seen in Draco's hat? He thought the other hats were wrong, but he did not want Mr. Snape to hate them for being wrong. He wanted to help them. And then, of course, is the Slytherin hats. The Slytherin hats will tell you we are all on the same side because they agree with Gryffindor hats on some things. But do not be fooled. Their leader is working with Voldemort! Dun dun dun! A shocked, horrified gasp echoed through the classroom. Harry slapped his hands over his mouth in an attempt to contain his horror, but he was still shocked. His new friend not only worshipped the goddess, but he was also now in cahoots with Voldemort? The little ones all gasped again. This time, they were even more horrified. From the back of the room, a clean-cut, respectably dressed young boy raised his hands. But what about the Constitution? Dean Thomas questioned articulately. Doesn't he care about the First Amendment? No, Voldemort doesn't care about the First Amendment. Holy shit. Hi, Harry. They can say his name. Yeah, apparently. He does not. He who shall not be named. Oh my god. Mr. Snape shook his head sadly. I'm afraid not. And Voldemort is working through him and using them all. Before long, all our freedoms will be gone. Dean Thomas raised his hand again and queried coherently. But why does Voldemort hate Christians so much? No one knows, Mr. Snape. Mr. Snape responded tentatively. However, he is on the move and he is gaining power. And we Gryffindor hats may be the only ones capable of stopping him. Harry was nervous, but he clenched his fist determinedly. He was scared, but he was ready to face this evil. What? We're reading Harry Potter Christian fanfic. I did it! I killed a mosquito! I did it, chat! I committed murder! Oh, man, that thing was like trying to bite me so bad. You who shall not be voted for, since he's probably a politician. That's what they seem to be implying. Yay, murder! They were never in Britland, okay? They were always in America land. Okay. Thankfully, the chapters are getting shorter and shorter, which makes it easier to read. There's only a few left. We can do this. I'm gonna start ignoring the author's note unless she actually has something important to say, because she typically does not have anything worth reading except for her amazing fanfic. she says she's gonna be taking a beginner's writer's course at her local community college because everyone was criticizing her grammar and stuff like that. And it took a while to convince her husband if she should take these classes, but she managed to convince him. You know what? Good for her. Good for her, honestly. She's starting to become a career woman and she doesn't even realize it, guys. She doesn't even realize. No, Baron. Remember at like chapter 3, they changed private drive to private drive, so it's not British anymore. Yeah, she literally said in her little thing, I don't even know if this is real, honestly, quite frankly, I feel like this has to be satire, but she said that I'm gonna be taking some writing classes, and my mother tried her best to teach me, but grammar was not her area of expertise. Has taken convincing. The husband wasn't sure I'd have time to get everything done if I started taking this class, but I've written up a schedule and I think we can make it work. You know what? Good for her. I want to take writing classes now. I wish I could write something this good. Only. You think that someone like this is capable of satire? I just feel like this has to be a persona, right? Like, this can't be real, right, guys? If it was, I'd be very depressed. This is how I stay happy, okay? This is how I stay sane, by believing that this can't actually be a thing someone wrote legitimately. 1 week into the school year, Harry was gradually starting to get used to the everyday routines at Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. There was breakfast in the Great Hall every morning, and then there was a prayer session led by the Reverend. The Slytherins went off to have their own prayer sessions in their own way, and the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws prayed with the Gryffindors. But the Hufflepuffs complained about the Reverend quoting the Bible, and the Ravenclaws complained that the Reverend didn't seem to really hate sinners. He just hated sin. After the prayer session, the little ones all went to their classes. There were regular math and English classes, of course, although they were of a higher caliber than one would find in a public school. And then there was Bible studies and Christian history. It is in satire. People check. Did they really, Harry? Oh no. Hey, Scat. Patapa. Oh, man. Welcome in. We're reading chapter 9 of the Harry Potter Christian fanfic. A lot of beautiful things have happened so far. Apparently prayer can teleport people. Yo, BB! How's it going? Wait, what are some of the things that happened? Oh yeah, there was a guy who was like, women are too stupid to have jobs. And then Harry is like, the women aren't stupid. It's just that their talents are better off at home or some shit like that. We have prayer food where you could pray to God and he will make food appear before you, etc, etc. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Oh yeah, and then the fucking writer of this fanfic is thirsty for Snape and won't stop talking about how hot he is while describing what he's doing. The most beautiful thing that happened, Mr. Snape, and his chiseled chest and his trimmed chest hair. Ooh, baby. God, too. Okay, wait. So yeah. After that was breakfast in the Great Halls. After lunch were more classes about American history and constitutional law. See, this is not in England! They're studying American history. And constitutional law and missionary training. After these classes was dinner in the Great Hall, after which the students had free time. It was just such a dinner that Harry was eating now. He was sitting with his new friend, Hermione, Ronald, and Dean Thomas. This food certainly is delicious, Harry observed gratefully. He was savoring a bite of perfectly roasted chicken. It really is, Dean Thomas concurred intelligently. Dean Thomas was the guy who was, like, asking stuff to, like, what about the Constitution? What about the First Amendment, Mr. Snape? He was dressed well respectably today. He was wearing a button-up shirt, clean blue jeans, and his hair was neatly combed. Hermione nodded in agreement, and the yellow bow she had tied her hair back with bounced up and down. What the fuck is this? It's Christian Harry Potter, dude. Come on. Hermione is Dumbledore's daughter, and Dumbledore is Southern now. Rizuna, you're under arrest. You gotta catch me first. Whee! Isn't it legally required to say Dean Thomas's first and last name every time? I think so, actually. Mary, what did you do? Mary, what did you do? Follow-up question, why the fuck is this? Apparently, her kids wanted to read Harry Potter, but she didn't like that Harry Potter had witches in it, right? Because that's unchristian. So she decided to write her own Christian version of Harry Potter that she can read to her kids. And one of the best lines is when Hagrid tells Harry, "You're a Christian now, Harry." Well, we know the why. Ronald grinned widely, but remained silent as he shoved another handful of deep-fried Brussels sprouts into his mouth. Ronald ate breakfast and lunch with his family, but he was eating more and more with dinners with these Gryffindor friends of his. It never ceased to amaze him just how nice they were to him, even though he wore a different hat. Little unconditional friendship can really go a long way in a person's heart. It was then that a bunch of beautiful people with wings, wearing glowing white robes, swooped in through the Great Hall's huge windows. Yellow halos, oh my god, we have angels, guys! Yellow halos hovered over their heads, and they wore brown leather satchels around their shoulders. They gracefully reached into their satchels and gloriously flung envelopes down to the students below. Angels deliver your mail! No, Scott. I think you're not understanding, okay? Here, let me show you something that's really important in the first chapter, alright? And Petunia tries to, argue. Look at this. This is how you prove it, alright? And Petunia smacked her hands over Harry's young ears, and her voice was sickly sweet and said, "Thank you very much for your concern, sir, but he does not need your religion. He has science and socialism and birthdays." Because apparently you're not supposed to celebrate birthdays in Christianity. Haven't you ever heard of evolution? I have a very good textbook on evolution that I could give you on it if you would like to learn things. Hagrid laughed wisely. Evolution is a fairy tale. You don't really believe that, do you? Yes, I do, Petunia screeched. Well, then prove it! Petunia could only stare at him, and her big mouth hung open dumbly. Here she thought she was so educated, and always demanded that Christians prove what they believed in. She couldn't even prove her own religion. It was then that Harry knew who the smart one here was. And if you believe in evolution, you're an evolutionist? Yes, it is. He ate porridge with his hands, that's true. They always describe Ronald as a savage. He doesn't use utensils ever. Okay, where am I? If an angel misdelivers a package and you ask people to speak to the managers, you get to talk directly to God. Wanspeed, they talk to God every day through prayer. What do you mean? You silly little rabbit. You silly little rabbit! They talk to God every day! The mail's here, Dean Thomas observed accurately, and he shielded his... Jaeger! The mail's here, Dean Thomas observed accurately, and he shielded his eyes with his hands as he gazed up in wonder. Harry propped his chin up on his hand and dreamily watched these magnificent postmen distribute their wares. He did so love to look at angels. He was surprised when a letter fluttered down to him and landed lightly on the table in front of him. He had never gotten a letter before. He smiled innocently at the angel who delivered it, and the angel waved back. "Would you look at that?" Dean Thomas uttered fluently. Uttered fluently is... The writing is so unserious, but it's okay. The author says she's gonna start taking writing classes at a community college, which I respect the hell out of. Got a letter, Harry. With excited hands, Harry broke the seal and took out the parchment that was inside the envelope. He laid it out on the table and saw the familiar slanting tidy handwriting. Dear Harry, how are you enjoying your first week at Hogwarts? I hope you're enjoying it a lot. How about you come over for tea this evening after dinner, and you could tell me all about it. Hagrid. Harry smiled as he folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. Good old Hagrid. What does it say, Harry? Hermione questioned shyly. She played with one of her smooth, lovely curls. Hagrid wants me to come over for tea, Harry reported excitedly. Would you like to join me? I'd love to, Hermione replied sweetly. That sounds like fun, Dean Thomas responded eloquently. Could I come? Ronald asked tentatively after he swallowed his Brussels sprouts. Harry, Hermione, Dean Thomas exchanged a knowing look, and then Harry answered kindly. Of course you can. Ronald smiled gratefully before going back to his Brussels sprouts. The boy loves his Brussels sprouts. And then she said she's going for her grammar. This is true. This is true. They can't teleport. That is right. They get on their knees and they say, oh God, take me to the kitchen. And then God literally teleports them into the kitchen. It's not even a joke. That's something that actually happens here. When dinner finished, Harry got to his feet and he declared boldly, let's go. Wait, is Dean his name? No, his full name is Dean Thomas, and you will not call him Dean, okay? Okay, where are we? We're on chapter 10. God, the chapters are getting shorter and shorter. Hello friends, sorry this chapter took so long to post, but the instructor of my new writing class was kind enough to proofread it. I didn't take all of his suggestions, please do! But I like most of them. I hope the wait was worth it. Oh, another thing, a few good intentioned but misguided readers have expressed concern about my asking my husband's permission to take a class. Friends, it is not long ago that I would have thought the same thing. Culture told me that wifely submission was demeaning. I believed him. All I will say is, recreated to be his help by Debbie Pearl. Life changer. Holy shit. Woman needs help. Alright. So I was just, because if I added the author's note, it would have been way too long. So I just read it off screen so I could just cut to the main story part. Here we go. Hagrid lived in a lovely little house on the edge of the Hogwarts campus. The little ones arrived right on time, and the delicious smell of teas and cookies were waiting outside. Smiling in anticipation, they knocked on the door. They didn't teleport here? So normally I wouldn't say you shouldn't need anyone's permission to take a class, but if it could have stopped this monstrosity, it would have been a good thing. Her husband encourages her to do this, okay? Her husband actually, she thought about stopping writing, and her husband said, you need to do God's work right now, woman. And she was like, yeah, I do. I need to do this. I need to spread the word and the gospel. So let's see if the grammar is... Wait, she used said! She used said! Wait, this is the first time! Your grammar has improved. The whole time, they were all quizzically, retorted, you know, screeched, shouted. You know, this is the first time she just used said! In 9 chapters! The class really... Education, guys. Education really changes people. Can't believe this, man. Remember, she said she took some suggestions, not all the suggestions, Baron. Twice in 4 lines. Okay, she learned to use it and she's running with it. You know, like a little kid learning a word for the first time and then they just keep saying the word over and over and over again because it's like the only word they know when they're happy? Yeah. Look, it's a lot better than constantly going... what was it? Harry queried curiously, Hagrid retorted knowledgeably. Okay, it's better than that. Uttered intelligently. Yeah. she just used words she did not understand at all. Hagrid opened the door and beamed at them. Welcome, Harry. I'm so happy you could come and you brought friends. Indeed I did, Harry said and gestured to the upstanding young fellow to his right. This is Dean Thomas, a Gryffindor hat. Oh, by the way, the sorting hat stuff are literally hats. I don't think she understood the concept, but they literally wear baseball caps to represent their houses. Guys, at least we can confirm that an AI didn't write this slob. I respect the hell out of her for that. Though if it was like the nowadays, she definitely would have used AI, which is so disappointing. So the Gryffindor hats wear like red, yellow hats. The Slytherin hats wear black, yellow hats, which is pretty funny. Ron is a Slytherin for some reason. Very weird. Dean Thomas is still Dean Thomas, bless his soul. Pleased to meet you, Dean Thomas said intelligently. Hagrid smiled at the little one, impressed. What are you impressed by? This is Hermione, another Gryffindor hat, Harry said, motioning towards the girl to his right. Hermione smiled shyly and waved. Charmed, Hagrid waved back. And Hermione, once again, Hermione Granger is her full name, but she's still Dumbledore's daughter. And this is Ronald, Harry said. Ronald looked up sheepishly from where he stood behind the trio. He could sense that Hagrid was truly a man of the Lord, in a way that no one in his family, or perhaps the entire Slytherin hat, was. To be in the presence of such piety was humbling. Piety? For a little one such as this. Hagrid noticed the green and black hat, but didn't comment. Instead, with true mercy and compassion, he opened the door wide to them all. Glad to meet all of you. Please, come in. The four little ones filed in. The inside of Hagrid's house was tastefully decorated. The curtains were plaid. Why does all the men wear plaid? I don't understand. Everything. The walls were wood, and a bare rug covered the floor in front of the fireplace. Mounted above the mantelpiece, in a place of pride for all to see, was a moose's head. The oaken table in the center of the kitchen was set for 5, and the kettle on the store was just starting to sing. Hi, cat. Hello. Meow. This is a nice place you have, Harry commented. I feel that Harry needs to introduce her as a Gryffindor hat despite her wearing a literal Gryffindor hat. Of course, you know? How else would you know? So she made Hermione meek and she truly believes that women are supposed to become housewives, and she makes fun of any female character that wants careers. She made fun of 11-year-old girls who thought they could get jobs when they got older, who wanted to study to get jobs. I'm not even joking. That's literally something she made fun of. She's like, oh, they all like stuff like Sex in the City and wanted to become career women when they grow up. It was fucking hilarious. It really is, Dean Thomas said intelligently. Again, 2 times. Very intelligent, Dean Thomas says. She wants you to know that. How dare they desire careers? Yeah, don't they just want to stay home and be housewives? Hagrid grinned with pride. Thank you, I live by John 15:19, of course, but I do try to keep it tidy. What does that mean? Harry, Dean, and Thomas and Hermione nodded knowingly. In a few minutes, but Dean Thomas but not Ron. Ron is a Slytherin, so he doesn't know anything. In a few minutes, they were all seated at the table while Hagrid passed out his famous chocolate chip cookies. They munched on the delicious morsels as Hagrid poured the tea. How was school going? Hagrid asked. Quite well, Harry replied. Just then, the timer buzzed. More cookies! The little ones cried in delight as Hagrid got up to get them. While Hagrid was getting the cookies, Harry's eyes fell on the newspaper Hagrid had opened. The headline on the front page read, Voldemort spotted at Hogwarts? Would you look at that? Dean Thomas murmured observantly, picking up the paper and scanning it. As he read, he whispered the article's terrible words. Voldemort was spotted by several students yesterday at Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. This is the man who is trying to put a bill through Congress to stop Christians from practicing their beliefs. If passed, homeschooling will be illegal. No! Homeschooling will be illegal! Christians will be put in jail, maybe even killed, unless they say the Bible says what Voldemort wants it to say. Saying Merry Christmas or hanging up the 10 Commandments will put you in a free education program. You know what? This explains so much. This This explains so fucking much. Oh boy. The buzzer was more cookies. Look, more cookies, the little ones cried. They needed the time to read the fucking newspaper, okay? When Dean Thomas was finished, Hermione burst into tears. Harry gave her hair an innocent, friendly pat. How could anyone be so angry at God? Hermione sobbed. I don't know, Harry declared tentatively. He's a horrible person. Dean Thomas nodded sagely and muttered to himself in disgust. First they tried to change the Pledge of Allegiance. Now they don't want us to be Christians. Next they'll be killing us all. It's a bad time to be a true Christian in America. Ronald sat in guilty silence as he watched his new friends fearing for the future. He was beginning to wonder just what sort of hat it was that he had chosen. Oh, we learned that obviously Slytherin is with Voldemort. So, and Voldemort doesn't believe in the Constitution, something, right? Voldemort hates Christians, I think. Why is Dean Thomas so present? He wasn't important in the movies. What did she have for him? I don't know. Dean Thomas was always just a side character. I'm very confused by this change as well, okay? But Draco Malfoy is a Ravenclaw. Oh, doesn't believe in the First Amendment, right? Not the First Commandment. Author's note. Hello friends, the writing class is going quite well, and I stayed after this time to talk to the professor about my little story, which he was so kind about helping me with. He has had a lot of helpful suggestions, and I think I have been guided to this class by a purpose greater than my own. Another thing, I have gotten many messages about Slytherins. People are saying that somehow this means I hate Catholics. Friends, I do not hate Catholics at all. All I want is for Catholics and everybody else to go to heaven and be happy with God. Do you want to know who truly hates Catholics? The so-called Catholic Church. Ironic, But think about it. Why else would they lie to Catholics about salvation? And did you know their leader is a socialist? It seems like a certain person doesn't know much about the Bible or the Constitution. And what about there only being one God and no others? So if any Catholics are reading this, I am asking this in love. Consider which is more important, your so-called religion or the capital T truth. Wow. Surely this is a parody. I really did think so, Skapepuff, but it's just been going on for too long. Like... She worked way too hard at this. Imagine being her writing class teacher and your student asks you advice for this. I quit. I could give her several pieces of advice. Harry, Hermione, Dean Thomas, and Ronald all walked solemnly back to the main campus. They could hardly believe what they had just read. Voldemort on their campus? What would they do if they ran into him? They quickly went to their dorms and got to sleep. The next morning, the four little ones sat together for breakfast. The spread was truly delicious. Fluffy scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, home fries, grits, waffles, apple, orange juice, and iced tea. Truly, the blessings today was abundant. I still can't believe Voldemort has been seen on our campus, Harry whispered after swallowing a bite of bacon. Neither can I, Dean Thomas commented perceptively. I'm scared, Hermione murmured and fidgeted with her fork. What if he tries to kill Harry? Why would he try to kill Harry? Why would he try to kill Harry? It'll be fine, Harry declared boldly and gave her hand a reassured squeeze. And then they both blushed. Fucking hand-holding? Disgusting behavior. What are the four of you gossiping? What are the four of you gossiping about? A voice said. It was smug and it came from behind them. Harry turned around and he saw Draco standing behind him. Draco's hands were folded and rested on his stomach. Behind him stood two other young men, dressed the same as Draco dressed the same as Draco Tan Pants? Draco-chan, hi! Brown sweater vest and white button shirts. Oh, wait, are they... they're wearing brown pants, sweater vest, and a white button shirt. We were just discussing something we read in the newspaper. Harry said friendlily. Would you like to join us? Draco chortled pompously. I think not. You may be comfortable dining with women outside of your family, but I am not. I know that I am better than women. Why would I want to talk to one? Wow. Harry gritted his teeth. He had had enough of this. So-called feminists these days called everyone sexist. A man respecting his woman and providing for her and giving her the children and home that she truly desires is called woman-hating. Such silliness can make us forget what real sexism looks like. The truth is, women are just as smart as men, and God made us as their equal. But equal does not mean the same. And when we treat men and women as being the same, tell women to go to work all day and forget about her true calling as a wife and a mother, then this is a real woman hating. This is the real woman hating. Ooh, that's a long sentence. And there are people like Draco who think God messed up and made women worse than men, and neither is okay. That is a mean thing to say, Harry screamed bravely, and he banged his fist on the table so hard that the plates bounced. Mr. Snape looked over in their direction. I wonder if they're gonna talk about what he looks like and how hot he is. He saw the commotion that was going on at the moment. Oh, here we go. He was dressed very dapperly today in freshly pressed dress shirt and practical pants that complemented his long, muscular legs perfectly. Above the top button of his shirt, a hint of a thick carpet underneath was visible. Oh boy. He carried with him a big, heavy King James version of the Bible as he sauntered across the cafeteria. Woo! She really likes Snape. I am getting a little hot. He has a carpet of chest hair. Ooh, baby, what the fuck? Thick carpet. I mean, you know, it's not even the drapes, you know, it's the carpet. So I'm assuming his fly is open. He's not wearing underwear. What exactly is going on here? He questioned, folding his arms over his chest. Nothing, Draco muttered in an embarrassed voice of one who... Draco muttered in the embarrassed voice of one who knows he has done wrong. But Harry boldly and honestly retorted, Draco was being a bully to the ladies! With a gasp, Greg covered his mouth with his delicate long fingers. Wait, who's Greg? Wait, who's Greg? Wait, I'm so confused. Is Greg one of Draco's friends? No. Who's Greg? Excuse me? Is Snape Greg? Whenever people describe people like this, I just imagine him on his chin biting their lips and checking them out. Yes, Naru. Yeah. Gregory Goyle? Oh. Really? But they don't say his name. Alright. Attention, Draco. We, as Christians, must be respectful of women and treat them with the gentleness they deserve as our mothers and sisters and daughters. Mr. Snape grabbed Draco's wrist and led him out of the cafeteria. Harry smiled holily at the sanctimonious fool. Draco shook his fist. I'll get you for this, Potter! Tonight, after dinner, in the courtyard, we will have a pray-off! Guys, next chapter, we're having a pray-off! Yippee! This may be the most cringe thing to ever cringe. I don't know, My Immortal, you haven't even seen that one. But I can't say which one's more cringe, you'll have to vote on it. Oh boy, a prayer off? Oh, it's so short. It's so short, guys. Okay, ready? Oh man, I can't wait to see how they pray her off. Hello, friends! I had this chapter all ready to go a week ago after class last Saturday, but then, of course, things got in the way like they always seem to. But now things have rightly settled down at Fort Parsons. I thought I would finally post this. Alright, nothing to note, really. Alright guys, it's time for the prayer off. The campus was dark when Harry, Hermione, Dean, Thomas, and Ronald walked out of their dormitory. It was completely silent because all of the other little ones were asleep. The bright shining stars twinkled approvingly at the righteous young Christian trio. Even the stars, huh? Where is Fort Parsons? Someone do a Google search. I'm nervous, Ronald uttered shakingly. Remember, Ronald is still a Slytherin. He's not a righteous young Christian, okay? He's just a young Christian. He's not righteous. The fuck even is a prayer off? We're gonna find out, Buttons. Yeah, because Ronald is a Slytherin. He doesn't count as a good righteous Christian. I'm nervous, Ronald uttered shakily. Isn't this against the rules? Harry, Dean, Thomas, and Hermione exchanged a knowing look. It wasn't Ronald's fault. It was just how he had been raised. Slytherin hats do not usually question authority. They think they just need to do what the head Slytherin hats tell them to do. They never think that maybe the Lord's work is important. This is the Lord's work, Harry explained patiently. This is more important. That's right, Dean Thomas said wisely. Not a single word was mispronounced. They only said that's right. What do you mean? They're like, wow, he's so smart. He doesn't mispronounce words. What is this? He had dressed quite respectably for the occasion. His face was scrubbed quite cleanly. Any mommy would be proud to have him for her son. What is going on? Oh, Ronald murmured wonderingly. He had never thought that anything could be more important than following the rules, not even the Lord's work. Ronald was starting to ask big questions, questions which might lead him to salvation. Just think what would happen if Harry had not known to love the sin and not the sinner. Just then, Draco stepped out from behind a tree. He was wearing yet another sweater vest. Whoa, she really hates sweater vests. And he was proudly sporting a Ravenclaw hat. The author loves Dean Thomas. Well, Potter, Draco drawled smugly. Looks like you came to the pray-off after all. That's right, Harry answered courageously. Well then, Draco grinned self-righteously. Let's pray. Harry and Draco got down on their knees. Hey, Sleeping Sora Key, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rat Cage. We're reading a Christian Harry Potter fanfic. It is very silly. Okay, wait, hold on. Harry and Draco got down on their knees and raised their head to the sky. I'll go first because God loves me best. Draco declared confidently. With that, he shouted, Dear Lord, if you agree with me that women are stupid and Potter is wrong, please strike him down where he kneels. Dean, Thomas, and Ronald gasped. Hermione began to cry, but Harry did not flinch. He knew that he was the man of the Lord. Draco grinned viciously as he looked to the sky for a bolt of lightning, but none came. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He began to cry. Now, it was Harry's turn to pray. He raised his hands far higher than Draco's had been, and he screamed in a voice far louder than Draco's had been, Dear Lord, if you agree with me that women are just as good as men but just different, please! For a second, he thought about asking for Draco to be struck down, but then he was overcome with mercy. Please make him a Gryffindor hat! In that moment, the hat on Draco's head changed into a red and yellow one with a lion on it. The tears rolling down his face were not sad tears. They were happy tears. The crowd of onlookers burst into applause, but Harry did not notice all the cheering students and teachers. He was bathing in the love of the Lord. Wait, I thought they snuck out in the middle of the night and it was completely silent and there was nobody around. Where did this crowd come from? Oh my, he is going to be Jesus, isn't he? That's blasphemous. Oops. You're telling me how Dean Thomas is so good at saying that's right is a problem? You're saying there's a problem? They were all hiding behind the trees? Oh, I see. I just, dear Lord, if you agree with me that women are just as good as men, but just different, it's so fucking funny. Bye, Cactus. Have a good night's rest. Don't let Christian Harry Potter haunt you. I wish I could find this funny. It's just so sad. Look, can't tell... You can't fix anyone, you know? They gotta get out of it themselves. You know, they use God as Uber and Uber Eats. That's so true. They really do, don't they? Hello, friends. Many of you notified me about the typo in the last chapter. Oops! I was feeling so confident in my newfound writing skills last class. I didn't think I need to ask the teacher to full proofread. Once again, oops! I guess this is just goes to show that the oh my god, the proverb blah blah blah, the blah 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 blah. I waited to post until Greg has had a chance to look over it. He says I am definitely improving. Who is Greg? Who is Greg? I think Greg is her husband. Has to be, right? Is her husband Snape? Would it be cheating to be thirsty for the Lord? Yep, 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 there we go. There we go. I don't understand. She definitely did not read the books because Snape is always described to be really greasy, no? Like the man does not own shampoo. He does not know how to wash his hair. Alright, ready? The cheering crowd converged on the two righteous boys. They were led by Dean Thomas, Hermione, and Ronald. Hermione reached Harry first. Joyful tears were streaming down her face and her lacy pink skirt was swirling around her legs. When she reached Harry, she wrapped her delicate arms around him in a chaste hug. I was so scared, she whispered tearfully. Harry pulled away and patted her reassuringly. He told her, "There's nothing to be afraid of. Not when we are on the side of righteousness." The only character she consistently points out isn't mispronouncing words and is fluent at a language is the only person of color in her main cast. This is true. Which means that she definitely watched the movies, right? Because the books didn't ever say what race some of the characters were. Unless they're named Cho Chang. Unless they were called Cho Chang. Harry smiled humbly and blushed and rubbed the back of his neck like a shy schoolboy. He didn't know why, but he felt so different around her than other people. Perhaps it was because she was so godly. But Harry felt that it might be more than admiration that he felt. What was the word? He could not quite put his finger on it. Actually, she race drops pretty much all of them at some point or another. Really? I don't remember. Dean Thomas stepped forward and gave him a very polite handshake. Amazing job out there, he commented intelligently. Harry smiled humbly. It was the work of a power greater than my own. Dean Thomas shook his head in admiration at how humble Harry was being. Truly a light was shining in this little one. Ronald was next in line. Tears were streaming down his face and his nose was running down to his chin. His nose was running down to his chin. That's terrifying. His nose? Okay, I know they mean snot. I think it was far into the series. I would doubt that she even read the books though, right? Like there's no way she did. Is your nose running? Better catch it. He stuck out the other one for Harry to shake. Harry generously returned the action. Oh, he finally shook Ron's hand, guys! That was amazing! Ronald sobbed honestly. How do I be as holy as you? Harry, Dean, Thomas, and Hermione exchanged a knowing look. Maybe, they suggested, it has something to do with the hat on your head? Ronald got a thoughtful look on his face. His many siblings, that were too many for two parents to care for. Oh my god! Did not like the look of that. Altogether, they walked over and grabbed Ronald and pulled him away. Harry, Dean Thomas, and Hermione were sad, but they hoped in their heart that their words of truth would plant seed and grow. The car stopped, and the door stopped. A man stepped out. He was tall and pale-skinned. He was a younger man with only a thin layer of hair hidden underneath his shirt. Why does she keep talking about chest hair? He was wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants and sneakers. No one seemed to take much notice of him. But then, the Reverend's wife stepped onto the scene. She screamed! She fainted at the sound of her cry for help. The Reverend Dumbledore came running to the rescue. So many so-called pro-women's rights people think that, I don't know what this is, it's just about wives being submissive. But they don't talk about is that it also tells husbands to sacrifice for their wives. Wow, does that sound oppressive? When he saw the man who had gotten out of the car, he stopped and gasped and he shouted, "Stand back, students!" Oh wait, sorry, I forgot, he's British. How do I, yeehaw. Ain't nobody. Stand back, students, this is Voldemort himself. Voldemort is here! And we reached the last one. Oh my god, the last chapter is longer. Remember, Voldemort has very thin chest hair. We know what the author's fetish is. Alright, last chapter, guys. This is it. Ready? Harry gasped, and Dean Thomas gasped too, and Hermione burst into tears for the second time that night. As Voldemort ambled through the parking lot, the enormous crowd of righteous students were nervous, but they still stood boldly in the face of such horrifying evil. The author's note: hello friends, I have some news. I know that it might just be disappointing to the mommies out there. My husband and I had a very long talk last night. He doesn't think that posting my writing online and going to classes is good for our family. It was a hard decision for me to accept, but he knows best. Oh, Jesus Christ! She almost had a personality! I want to thank all of the many righteous believers who have supported me in this little mission of mine. And I hope that this last chapter ties up the loose ends as best as one chapter can. That is tragic. That is so tragic. I'm still gonna choose to believe that this might be satire though. Probably, right guys? Right? 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 Right guys? Right? 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 Someone save her! Someone save her! Totally. It has to be, surely. I want to believe it. Harry looked at the depraved man walking towards them, and he thought of all the lies he must have been told by the evolutionists and feminists all his life. And he thought of the empty, meaningless depravedness that he would have to distract him from missing love in his life. And he thought of how one day he would die, and that there would be no happy heaven for him, only the flames of hell. Harry wondered how anyone could be so stupid. Who would want hell more than heaven? It made Harry so angry. Voldemort stopped walking when he was in front of the Reverend Dumbledore. He arrogantly nodded and said, "Hey, my name's Tom Riddle and I'm here to visit my cousin. Which way is the guy's door?" "Enough of your lies," Dumbledore exclaimed bravely. "We know who you are." Voldemort blinked stupidly and then he uttered childishly, "I'm sorry, what?" And Dumbledore smiled smartly. "You're pretending to be dumb. Well, I'm not stupid. We all know how much you hate Christians." "What? I don't hate Christians," Voldemort lied dishonestly. "What are you even talking about?" You're still pretending to be dumb, the Reverend pointed out truthfully. We know all about your plot to illegalize Christianity, Voldemort. Voldemort blinked stupidly again and questioned evilly. Wait, this is about my Reddit account? No, fuck it, this can't be real. No, guys, this is satire. Is that what you call your godless coven? Dumbledore queried knowingly. Well, yes, I have indeed seen your so-called Reddit account and just tried to deny your hatred of Christianity when you post things like Christians all sucks, the religion is stupid and should be illegal. I will write to Congress and tell them to make law. Harry Potter laughed intelligently because Voldemort did not even understand proper spelling and grammar. Girl, neither did you! That was a joke, Voldemort retorted unintelligently. The whole account is a joke. I mean, Voldemort _ righteous _ skeptic? He laughed with the nervousness of one who knew he was damned. Of course you're not supposed to take it seriously. Do you think religion is a laughing matter, young man? Dumbledore demanded righteously. Well, it is not. What sort of joke is trying to outlaw religion? Of course, I don't actually want to outlaw religion, Voldemort uttered deceptively. It would be ridiculous. I just got annoyed by the ridiculous straw man some Christians have made out of atheism. Lorito! Or their toes in the fan. They talk a lot about shoes. They talk a lot about what shoes people are wearing. So, in a way, yes. Thank you for 3 months! No toes, I'm out. Come on, man. They're Christian toes. I'm lost. I just got annoyed by the ridiculous straw man some Christians have made out of atheism. So, whenever I see someone ranting about how depraved and evil we non-believers are, I reply with something like that. You know, taking that stereotype to an extreme to point out how ridiculous it is. Also, a small but vocal minority of atheists exists that stereotypes and mocks anyone who disagrees with them. They can be just as hateful as people think we all are, and that does real damage. They bug me as much as the straw man arguments do, and they give those arguments credibility. So I do the same thing to them, replying with extreme versions of what they say, to hindsight the absurdity of it. Her writing is making so little sense. Gasp. Oh no. So you're making fun of atheism? So you're making fun of atheism? Dumbledore interrogated shrewdly. No, I am an atheist, Voldemort explained simply. I'm just as I thought, Dumbledore surmised wisely. And he smiled holily. Is Snape a Reddit atheist? No, Voldemort is, silly. In satisfaction that the Lord had worked through him. We have been preparing for this day. We have been preparing it for a long time. Students! The holy little one stood at attention. Convert him! Dumbledore commanded bravely. And all at once, the students began to shout. You have been tricked by the lies of society! Harry shrieked knowingly. You deserve to burn in hell! Wait, what happened to hate the sin and not the sinner, Harry? Harry? Come over here, Dean Thomas screeched articulately. Debate me on religion! I'm just so upset that you don't accept the Bible, Hermione sobbed femininely. Oh, the Bible is like the best book ever. Why don't you just respect that? I know, Harry got really fucking pissed here. You deserve to burn in hell. Like, what happened? What happened, Harry? What happened? Hate the sin, not the sinner? Hello? I'm a Gryffindor hat now, Draco yelled boldly with the inspiring zeal that so many newcomers to faith have. Do you hate me now? I bet you do. Voldemort covered his ears with the discomfort that heathens often find themselves with when they are confronted with the truth, and he shouted loudly to drown out the word of the Lord. You've been preparing to do this? To scream at me? It is the work of the Lord, Dumbledore explained accurately. Aren't there better ways to spend your time than preaching to a bored idiot who makes fun of people on the internet? Voldemort questioned hedonistically. Your lord seemed to be very concerned about helping people around him. Is that not his work anymore? How can we focus on helping people when there are people like you trying to destroy us? Dumbledore countered astutely. I told you before that Reddit account is a joke, Voldemort whined pathetically, but the Reverend shook his head. I thought that might be so at first, the Reverend commented fairly, but it was just too realistic. How was it realistic? Voldemort inquired informedly. It wasn't even subtle. I waxed poetic about sexiness of neckbeards and said that Christopher Hitchens has superpowers. It was supposed to be funny. How could you take it seriously? Dumbledore scoffed and he replied faithfully, like it or not, your little joke is what the atheists today are like. So, my Reddit account solidified your conception of atheists as a bunch of anti-Christian bigots who are just angry at God? Voldemort solicited stupidly, and then he sighed. Okay, you know what? This has gone too far. I'm sure that most people can tell I'm not being serious, but if I'm contributing to misinformation and stereotypes, I don't feel comfortable continuing this. Voldemort pulled an iPhone out of his pocket. He began to type on it. A few minutes later, he showed the screen to Dumbledore. See this? I just made a post. I am a troll. It is the last post I will make on that account. Are you happy? Dumbledore virtuously ignored the heretic, and he turned to the little one standing behind his protection. Students of Hogwarts, this fool will not listen to reason. Let's save this heathen soul. All the little ones got down on their knees and they raised their hands to the sky. They screamed to the heavens, and the voices of those who knew they were doing great work. Lord, make Voldemort a Gryffindor hat! Voldemort sighed wickedly and he shook his head godlessly and he walked away depravedly. Oh my god, what a sentence! Voldemort sighed wickedly and he shook his head godlessly, then walked away depravedly. Holy. But even as the fornicating, drug-addicted evolutionists disappeared into the distance, the righteous little ones continued to pray. They knew that if they screamed loud enough, they could change the world. Wow. 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 The end. Oh, sorry. Now you know it's over. The end, guys. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? It's just so beautiful. Thank you, Grace Ann. Thank you. God didn't do it. God... so he's not all... It's just, you know, Snape is just too... He fornicates too hard and he's too drug addicted to be converted right away. You know, it takes a lot more prayer than that, okay? He's an evolutionist. Was the last part the author using Voldemort as a voice to talk to us? You mean when he sighed wickedly, shook his head godlessly, and walked away depravedly? Yeah, I think so. He disappeared into the... Wait, I thought he drove in with a car. Why did he leave his car? Also, does this mean that iPhones are evil now too? Guys, are iPhones evil? Well, today I learned iPhones might be evil. Well, she has a point there. you can't just say she has a point there now. Jesus. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, make sure you guys all stretch. What a story, huh? What a fucking story. I just feel like there are some plot points that were like not really resolved. For example, Ron never becomes a Gryffindor hat, and that kind of bothers me because I feel like they've been setting that up since we met him. He keeps thinking about how good and how nice everyone was. Since like chapter what, 8? And then they just never convert him. What the fuck? That's like so unfair, especially when he's always longingly looking at it. At the Gryffindor hats and kind of being like, wow, I wish people were as nice as that. Yes. To be honest, Voldemort never did anything to Harry. The author forgot that Voldemort had to have beef with young Harry. Well, it is true that in one of the last chapters, when they learned about Voldemort appearing at Hogwarts, Hermione was like, I don't want them to kill you, Harry! Out of nowhere. Out of fucking nowhere, dude. It was like, what if he tries to kill Harry? And it's like, what's up with that? What's up with that? Also, wouldn't Hagrid be like, you know, charged for kidnapping? This comes to show. This really comes to show. Not everyone can become a writer, huh? God did it. Good luck pressing charges. Checkmate. You know, she never did say if her kids like this book, and I'm really bothered by that. Wait. I'm looking at the comments left behind. Someone's like, why do you keep mentioning chest hair? When Voldemort shouts, convert him! So fucking crazy. Holy shit. And all the kids just start screaming, and then Harry being like, you deserve to burn in hell. It's fucking wild. Especially when just before he like converted Draco into being a Gryffindor hat. Apparently it does not matter. Fucking wild, dude. I'm not convinced her kids are real. What do you mean? He had pneumonia. Hey, Jose! Welcome in! Hermione soft femininely. All she does is cry. All she does is cry. It's so sad. So much fanfic out in the world. Huh? Who's your favorite character, Luna? Of course, all she does is cry. She's a woman. I won't lie. I think my favorite character has to be... I honestly, I thought Petunia was pretty funny. I understand. Like, they try to make her like an abuser, but she was not abusive in anything. She was just like... she was just like, let's learn science, Harry. I mean, it's just too bad she couldn't prove evolution, though, you know? Because that was a real gotcha moment when she could not prove evolution. I know. She could have been better, but I respect the fact that she was a career woman, you know? And she didn't wear makeup. She was a career woman, didn't wear makeup, and she had fast cars. Explain bananas on Petunia. It just breaks my fucking heart. Oh my god, Nuna approves of women with careers. Convert her, chat. No, don't tell me to burn in hell. Please, anything but that. I would hate that. What a time, huh, guys? No, at least she wrote something. At least she wrote something. You've a roast in hell! Aren't you already burning? Well, I am. Actually, it started raining a couple days ago, and it's been cool for, like, the past 3 days. It's nice. It's nice. I haven't had to turn on the AC at all. I wish it just keep raining, to be honest. This sure was a thing we all needed. Genuinely felt bad for her at the last author's note. Like, I just don't know if she's really real though, you know? Like, is she real? Is she real? Like, some of the stuff in the last chapter was a little bit too silly, especially the Reddit stuff. I will not believe that like a housewife who was apparently homeschooled would know what Reddit is. Jose, no! Them being like, we saw your Reddit account is definitely not. No, sir. I don't think that made me believe that this cannot be real, that this has to be a joke. If real, then sad. If it was a real. But yeah. They should have made it funnier. Like the first couple chapters were so... Why didn't they teleport more? This pisses me off. I wish they teleported more. They did so much teleporting in the beginning. Yeah, Harry even used prayer to open doors. And then after that, they never really used it for anything else ever again. We need to find out more secrets about Proud Housewife. Okay, there's actually a Wikipedia page on this. No fucking way. Some people took this really seriously. Madeline Davies of Jezebel criticized the author's Christian-friendly plot, including its revision of female characters, rejection of theory of evolution, and unflattering portrayal of Christian denominations like Catholicism and I can't say that. I can't believe this fanfic was actually reviewed by people. I can't believe that there were people talking about it on the Daily Dot. There's no fucking way. Dude, is there a real a Redditor named Voldemort _ the Righteous Skeptic? I need to know, please. Or is the username too long? Someone did like a funny actual little play of this as like a comedy skit. Honestly, we should talk about this on the news. I checked, there is none. Damn! Someone take that username right now! Just post a bunch of atheist stuff and then at the end just write that I am a troll and then never post again. Well, they also changed the color of the hat during the prayer off. Well, they converted him, that's why. They converted him. How fucking holy, dude. ERG for the Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. We need to find out who this woman was. We need to learn. Or we could start reading real books. Don't forget your homework, okay? Don't forget your homework. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Today, oh shit, wait. That game came out today, no? The Zero... Mixed reviews. Oh, people are mad. No, we're watching you. No, please, my cat ate my homework. That's a lie. Cats don't eat. Okay, I do need to finish Dishonored though, because I feel like they're just waiting for me, and I just haven't been ready to like go kill everyone yet. At 2K followers, Una promised us to make a HSOPAM Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles RP server. You want to be Dean Thomas? Why? You don't want to be Ron Weasley, or you don't want to be Hermione Granger? I pick Greg. No! Nah, Dean Thomas is so cool. Yeah, he is very intelligent. Because Lan is a sadist, we have to type his full name every time. Or someone might mistake him for a dean. You don't have deans, they have reverence, dude. Can't pick the author's husband? That's not a character. You could be Snape. Fine. Baron can be Voldemort. You have a car. Luna can be Petunia. Nah. I wear pantsuits. No, I don't. But if you are Voldemort, then you get to have a car. I walked away. Oh, that's true. You did leave it behind. But that doesn't mean you stop owning the car. I imagine this is what Petunia looks like. I can't believe Dudley came out of nowhere. You don't have it. Do you really own it spiritually? Are we still reading this? Oh, we finished it. We finished it. We're like leaning back and relaxing and just, you know, soaking it all in. What a story it was, huh? It sure was something. Now makes me think I should go check out My Immortal. Didn't they actually physically publish that thing? Isn't there a physical copy? I will never make fan art of that book. Or, well, that fanfic. Hold on, I have to look this up. I feel like My Immortal really did get a physical copy. My... Ebony Darkness. Dementia Ravenway. Way too much chest hair, man. I don't even know how I would draw them wearing clothes while also revealing their chest hair, because they wear clothes that covers everything, but somehow we still know we can X-ray vision their chest hair through their clothes, man. It's wrong. It's ungodly. Holy. So did My Immortal actually finish? Or was it always left unfinished? I thought they did some sort of physical copy of My Immortal, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what My Immortal is, and I'm beginning to think it's it's a good thing. It was a really... It's like an old fanfic someone wrote when they were like very young and goth of a fanfic of Harry Potter, where she added her own self-insert character named Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway. A 17-year-old vampire that attends Hogwarts, and literally everyone is in love with her. I believe Harry's in love with her, Draco's in love with her, even Snape is in love with her. Very goth, very goth. The story begins with Ebony entering a relationship with Draco Malfoy, who is depicted as shy, sensitive, and bisexual. Oh boy. And they go to a Good Charlotte concert together, and then they fly back in his Mercedes-Benz. If it doesn't, okay, the username that wrote this, their name is XXX Bloody Wrist 666 XXX. And it did not start as like satire. Like this was just their young fanfic that they wrote a long ass time ago when, you know, when they were just cringe, and somehow it went viral. Draco in fanfic is either a sensitive bisexual boy or the most misogynistic soldier of God. It's a battle of the misogynies, man. Oh yeah, tomorrow I have to go pick up my brother probably at the bus terminal. The youngest brother is coming to visit us. But I think I'll probably not be able to stream tomorrow because of that. Little sibling hangout day. Tomorrow is Friday. Yeah, I have two brothers. was his birthday this month, and then I told him he should just come out here and hang out with us like a weekend or something. So he's gonna come out. We're gonna go get food and shit. Hopefully it's not too hot. Oh, family time. You guys have siblings? I'm an only child. Want siblings? Or did you want siblings? I found that most only child peoples are usually pretty happy to have been an only child. No, I was the dominant offspring. The superior. AKA one was enough for your family, huh? And Mary was a big troublemaker as a child. I used to when I was young, and then I came to realize that siblings would suck. I think I was the menace sibling, so having siblings was not the worst for me. I was a good kid, only tried to melt my G.I. Joe action figure in the oven once. Once was more than enough, huh? Alright. I think it's about time we said goodbye, kiddos. I think it's time we said farewell. No, don't cry, right? Because I'm always with you in your heart. Just like Jesus is with you in your heart. Basically, I'm Jesus, and I'm with you inside your heart. Why am I in there? I don't know. Get me out. I'm trapped. Help, help, help. I'm trapped in her heart. Oh, God. My cat is physically sitting on my mouse hand. I cannot move. Well, I can't. Oh, yeah, we should yell at you to open the doors for us. Yeah, please do. Every time you need something, right? Like you're sitting on the toilet and then you're like, fuck, I'm out of toilet paper. What do I do? What do I do? You just like, you still have to get down on your knee. You get down on your knee and you shout, oh, Jesus, please give me toilet paper. And I'll yeet it at you, okay? I got you. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you. Boss, you're quoting Kingdom Come. What? Hearts? What? Jesus? Huh? I actually never played Kingdom Hearts. I never had the console for it. I'll always be with you in your heart. Isn't that Tarzan? Didn't he literally, wasn't that also Tarzan? They literally have that song, no? Is Nuna the heart of darkness? No, I'm Jesus. I couldn't be. That sounds evil, and I'm the good guy. I mean, Tarzan was also in Kingdom Hearts. Wait, really? Wait a minute. I gotta look this up. Kingdom Hearts Tarzan. He was. What the fuck? Hey, Lukey! Can I rest my heart inside yours until it heals? That how that works? Oh my god, he really was. You think Tarzan went to a chiropractor to get his back fixed? Because like that man is slouchy and it's really bad posture. Like he must be in so much pain. Holy shit. Like that guy needs to stretch out more. Iris! That's what Ventura said to Sora when Sora was a kid. Like you're too hunched over. There he is! There's Tarzan! In his loincloth! That was a fanfic. Oh, it was pretty wild. Harry screamed at Voldemort, "Bird in hell!" It was kind of crazy. Oh, Buns! Thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day at work. I know you're bored, but I hope you're having a good day nonetheless. Kingdom Hearts is on PC. Is it? Kingdom Hearts. I did see some people streaming it, but I assumed they were using a console or something. Oh, I see. It's on Steam. Oh, it is. I heard that the story is really confusing and convoluted, and that and it's kind of nonsense. And the order in which you play is also really confusing because you have what the heck is 2.8 final chapter prologue? What does that even mean? What's 1.5 plus 2.5 remix, guys? You finally got something new! They look very concerned about the small... Yeah, because Tarzan's probably kind of stinky, to be honest. Oh, it sounds pretty self-explanatory. Man, I've been doing too much reading. Too much speaking. Yeah, good luck doing that. I don't think I can finish these games. It just seems like too much for me. Oh yeah! Is that Frozen? Is that Jack Sparrow? You guys think Tarzan is packing? Well, it wouldn't be hard to find out. It really wouldn't be that hard to find out, guys. Wait, when was the last time a Kingdom Hearts movie came out? It must have been pretty recent, no? Kingdom Hearts 3? Ah, I think I remember hearing about it, but I never played Kingdom Hearts, so I didn't really care. 2019? Is that the last one that came out? I feel like there had to be one... They're working on Kingdom Hearts 4? Is the story ongoing or is it are they individuals? It looks like your drawing is pitying chat. Just in pain. Here you go, look. Oh, chat. Oh, chat room. Wait, so was the last game that came out, like, positively received? Oh. Yuck. Yuck. I'm resorting to drawing Nuna for a millionth time to satiate my boredom in this office. Yo, wait until you get to see my new model and you get to draw that one. It's gonna be crazy. It's an ongoing story, but Kingdom Hearts 3 wrapped up the main plot, I think. Oh, they have San Francisco too? They had a Monster Inc. world? That's pretty cool. I don't remember hearing like too many good things about the Kingdom Hearts 3 game. I just remember it came out, and then I remember hearing some complaints about it being too like wordy, I think? Like too much explanation. Or all the characters talk too much about stuff. But I don't know enough of the game myself to like, I don't know. I thought all the games were kind of like that. I thought the story was like intentionally very confusing, and that it's one of those games where if you didn't play it when you were young, you may never really enjoy it so much. Kingdom Hearts 4 will be the 15th installment in the Kingdom Hearts series, beginning the Lost Master story arc. They have enough movies to use? Reception. Actually got a lot of positive reviews. Wow. A lot of 4 out of 5s. Average scores being around 80 plus. 80 out of 100. 4 stars. That's pretty good. Huh. Einathan. What are you drawing? Oh, I was drawing pain in my eye. I was drawing suffering. Gracia, welcome back! Good morning! I'm looking at like the overall scores because on the wiki it shows you several scores from different websites like Destructoid, Electronic Gaming Monthly, Game Inferior, Game Revolution, GameSpot, like IGN has everything. And generally it seems to be pretty positive. It doesn't have the individual reviews. Tarzan. Apparently, he's also in Kingdom Hearts. Fine, let's see. Let's see peer reviews. Okay, Metacritic has like people's reviews on it, right? It's generally pretty positive. 7.9? Average around 83? But is that people's nostalgia talking though? I don't know. I'm assuming that for Kingdom Hearts 3, they must have made it easy for any new player to jump into, right? Because like it's been way too long since the last game and they want more people getting into the series. It would be stupid to alienate new people, right? Kingdom Hearts 3, is it worth playing? Ooh, apparently story is bad. Kingdom Hearts isn't known for great storytelling? That's sad. Visually, it's amazing, but story-wise, it's not very good. The story is a mess and ruin everything the past games have set up. Pure fan service for kids. Ah, it's a fan service. I get it. I'm joining it, yay! You die. Alright. It is time! It's really not a game you play for story, which is unfortunate for 15 titles. Yeah, I mean, it's a game I thought I would want to play for story, but hearing that it's just for, you know, the different worlds, I guess? I mean, I don't care enough about Disney stuff to want to play this, personally. I'm not that hyped to visit the Frozen world and shit like that, you know? The entire thing is a Disney... Oh, Final Fantasy was in it too? That's pretty cool, but yeah, still, I don't care enough about it to want to keep playing it. Yes, Nithwan. Get off my head! When will your new model drop? Not 100% sure. I talked to the rigger and they told me they're not 100% sure, but I told them I want it around July, but I'm assuming she'll let me know once it's closer to that time. I'm hoping for July. If I miss the July thing, then I might do the debut in August or September. The actual gameplay of Kingdom Hearts 2 was really good. Not sure about the others. It's okay. It's not for everyone. But I know the people who really like Kingdom Hearts really like it. I think that's fun. I think it's fun to have something you really love and am passionate about. Will it has glasses? Like glasses? Guess you'll have to find out. 2 and 3 is more fast-paced. The music is really good though. But is that enough to play a game? Fun gameplay and music? But because it seems like story is pretty important in it, no? Well, it was the first game of the series, right? Maybe I should watch a video essay on the entire story of Kingdom Hearts. I bet there's gonna be some out there. Maybe I should just do that. Oh god, you don't have enough time. How long could it possibly be? The story is confusing to those who haven't played it before. The shortest one I've seen is 40 minutes, and that was a dude, a lot of the video essays I watch are always more than an hour. If a video essay is like anywhere between 20 to 30 minutes long, I'm like, it's not worth my time. It has to be long. It has to be hard. I'm cooking with this and not drawing. I'm scared. Look, it has to be incredibly detailed. I like my video essays at least 2 hours, right? Go through every single detail, or else it's not worth it. I want to know everything. If you're making a video essay and you're leaving things out, I'm gonna be pissed. I want to be an expert in the game, or the story, or whatever the topic is, okay? So don't hold back. Don't hold back. Giving Yuna the fern pout. Oh, the one that's like puff cheek a little bit. Check your throat. Wait, throat? Okay. Did you just give me the pet clicker? Well... Guys, Sora gifted us the the Amazon pet clicker thingy. So I guess chat's about to get trained. Thank you, Sora. I'll train chat well. Are you guys ready to be clicker trained? This is fucking wild. Oh, there's also a choose by meal for me option. Yeah, there is. Oh, thank you so much, Sora. I can't wait. I can't wait. Now this is... I'm gonna train everyone to not click suspicious links on their Discord. Okay? Okay? I'm gonna make sure I train everyone to not click random links they receive from DMs. And to always check before they click. Good luck. Thank you. It's gonna be hard. We can't have you guys getting hacked again, man! It's too much work! We worry about you! It could be used for dogs, horses, cats, birds, or other animals like chat. Wait, let me edit it. There we go. Wow, look at that. I was honestly surprised you had it there. Didn't you suggest it to me or something? I know someone was like, add this in there, so I was like, you know what? Why not? It'd be pretty funny. I thought it'd be kind of hilarious. Now, hopefully the method of it getting to me won't be too difficult. Since I am in South Korea. Oh, it's gone, it's gone. Just pray. Oh, you're right. God, please send me the clicker so I could train my chat. Oh, please, please, Suda, please click it for us. And I'll be like, were you a good chat today? I thought you were gonna use it on a certain cat. No, you guys have been clicking way too many suspicious links and getting hacked. Right, Hiru? You're one of them. Well, you got your account back, so that's good. But, you know. You're like, oh, Suda, please give us the good clickies. We need it. Oh no, it was there. Okay, someone recommended it to me to train my chat. And I was like, you know what? Why not? Congrats, Dylan. You're in a maid outfit. Oh. Most of my stuff back. Yum. You guys are just enjoying that clicker so much. The pop told me I want an iPod Nano. Wow. What a relic. Hiru can speedrun Minecraft. Oh wait, just did it faster than ducks, no? Maybe I should... Wait, are Shiwis available on Amazon? Can I add that to my wish list? Wait, hold on. No fucking way it is! Maybe I should add that to my throne. Oh man, it's so funny. Dude, if you don't know what a shiwi is, it's a tool to help women urinate while standing. Look at that. Female urination device. Reusable. Female urinal silicone. Woman pee funnel. Allows women to pee standing up. The perfect companion for camping, outdoor, or travel. But it's not the right brand. 29% off too. Gotta get the right ones, or I feel like if you don't get a good one, then it's gonna be all gross and shit. Is this a real Shiwi? It is a UK product. Yeah, on my throne, you guys could help me feed my cats and stuff. We're running low on cat food. I think this is a legit one. There you go. The original female urinal made in the UK. Aren't you proud, British people? Aren't you proud? Wow. They come in so many different colors too. I don't really know why you need them in different colors. I'm so proud. Is there one in the Union Jack colors? No, they just have like aqua, black, blue, desert sand, lilac, white, purple, pumpkin, pink, and NATO green. Get one color for each day of the week. Hi, Axel! I'm thinking about adding the Shiwi to my throne. Every time I go to pee during stream, I'll be sure to use it. Wait, someone said Someone must have a... Okay, they said... Do not recommend. If you want a good, reliable one, go for the P style, which is worth every penny. A bit smaller than expected. Doesn't give much comfort of it containing the fluid. Do appreciate the extension, but does not matter because you basically have to pull trousers down to get the right angle for it to proceed down the funnel. If the trousers are left to be discreet, it backs up and spills in your pants. Can't even return, which I get due to sanitation. Yeah, don't fucking return it. And now out this one and going to have to purchase another brand. Wait, I thought it's supposed to just drain down. Does that mean she's just peeing faster than the shiwi can funnel out the urine? They give one of those spacesuit diapers? They have that? Why do you need a tactical NATO green? I don't know, it's just an offering that they have. Let me see. Space diapers. No, I don't see any space diapers. They're all for babies. How do they define the size? I guess it depends on how intense you can urinate. I'm kind of surprised by how cheap it is. Female urine device since 1999. It's a family-run business too! Dude, stand up and take control. Today, Shiwi is a family-run business in the North Yorkshire, UK. Our products are manufactured in the UK, assembled and distributed by our team. The Shiwi was invented by Samantha Fountain. Wait, her name is Samantha Fountain? She created a urinating device? Wait, her name is kind of killer for the business, no? I don't think they can take returns on it. The pink one is huge. And the first female urinal on the market. Get her hand, it's huge. I guess the extension helps it from splashing back too hard, huh? I love this. Stand up and take control. I didn't know I was out of control when I was, peeing sitting down. Thank you for teaching me how to take control. Oh. Doesn't matter. In the UK, you have 14 days to return anything you didn't buy in the shop. Easy. The person with the larger shiwi is the alpha. You think your shiwi's bigger than mine? Yo, we can do like little sword fights with our shiwis. Well, it's not really called a space diaper. It's called maximum absorbency garment. Though I guess one can't purchase the NASA-grade adult diapers. Kinda fucked up. There's plenty of adults who can't pee regularly. Maximum absorbency garment. Alright, I'm gonna see if they have it. No, not really. Most of it are just pads. Who's Deion Sanders? Oh, he's a football coach. Apparently, he is the face for the brand of a adult diaper underwear. Oh my god. Oh no, I looked it up and now my recommended stuff are gonna be weird. Oh no. Hopefully no random adverts come out. Oh, lead. I'm safe, right guys? What a legacy. You know, at least he'll be remembered for something. You can buy it and test how good it is. I feel like the toilet's gonna splash back really hard, no? I searched NASA diaper purchase and the first resort was the astronaut love triangle that led to the adult diapers. Oh my god, I remember that! I remember that! Like, even though she went there to kill someone, they would not stop talking about the fact that she wore adult diapers to drive non-stop. I thought that was hilarious. How much emphasis they put on the fact that she wore adult diapers and not the fact that she was there to kill someone. Like, she drove 12 hours straight without stopping wearing adult diapers. Even the police report had it. Oh yeah, did you guys hear that in Subnautica 2, they're not gonna let you kill big fish? I heard that it was kind of possible to defeat them in the other game, but then in this one, they're like, we're not gonna let you do that. We want you to feel like you're living in the world, and if you wanted to do that, you should play another game. Like, why are they being so snobby about it? That actually makes the picture of her make so much more sense. What does she look like? I'm quite fine with not killing big fish. I don't understand Unga Bunga brains. No, okay. Even if it's not killing, they needed to add more stuff to, like, at least stun them or stop them, because you basically just get bullied in the game non-stop by the fish that, like, attack you repeatedly and you can't do anything about it. Like, stop! Please, stop! Leave me alone! You could drop a flare, but that's just precious inventory space since nothing stacks. I don't know how much of that is available right now. You have to research the Doolittle device. Yo, that would be amazing. I would want every single one of them to be my pair. I don't understand why they tax me if I'm not allowed to fight back. Yeah, like, at least let me, you know, hit it so that it will be like, ah, and then think twice about attacking me. But they did post something, like, a couple days ago, being like, okay, we understand your frustrations with, like, right now, some predator encounters feel more frustrating than tense or exciting. The mitigation tools are not always clear, reliable, or satisfying, and players do not always have enough confidence in how to respond when a creature attacks. This is not an experience we want. The flares don't last that long, and if you have a lot to do in that area, then, like, you're gonna have to bring several of them. I'd rather just have, like, one really efficient tool to just stop them from attacking me, and not have to worry about filling up my precious inventory space. Subnautica 2 kill autocompletes with fish mod as the top result. Look, let me just eat it. Okay? Let me just eat the giant fish. I'll eat it alive if I have to, okay? That way, it won't go to waste. But yeah, they got really sassy, I think, on Twitter, and it pissed people off, so they had to, like, make this public announcement of being like, we're sorry that you don't feel heard. We're sorry that you feel frustrated. And the mod is out too. Is it already? Dude, with, like, how strict they've been with a lot of things, I feel like they're gonna, like, make them delete that shit. Yeah, I don't really care about them being sassy. I just hope that there'll be more tools or something. But they really, so far, like, I don't know. I guess I haven't encountered too many of the big fish yet. It's too early in the game. Hi, Sammy. Good morning. Remember when I said I was gonna end stream like 30 minutes ago? And then I got distracted with talking about video games? You did this to me, chat. You distracted me. How dare you? Bad, chat. Bad. Good morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well? I don't know. I say just let players play the way they want. It's 10 hours, got my beauty sleep. Aw, that's nice. Yeah, if I play more, I'm definitely gonna use that mod that stops Noah from greeting me every time I enter the little room. Getting a little annoying. Though I do wish some of them were a touch slower, didn't have long aggro range. Personally, I'm sure this is not how they made the first game either, but I would love if items could just stack even a little bit. Even like a 5 stack would be extremely useful. Must be a mod for that, right, guys? There has to be a mod that lets you stack items, right? Surely. I have to leave now. Rest well. Bye, Lukey. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good day at work or whatever you're doing. I'm assuming the lack of stacking is to keep you from wanting to make the sub thing. It's a fucking submarine! Why wouldn't you want to make it no matter what? Even if you end up not using it. Can you expand the size of the inventory on your submarine or something? Because I find when items not stacking, considering it only takes 1 or 4 resources to make most. Yeah, I guess the cost of things are pretty cheap in comparison. To increase the time it takes you to complete the content. It is a fine balance for sure. But for me, when I can't have too much in my inventory, it kind of gets in the way of exploration because it's like, oh, inventory's full, I better go back or else I get like stuck dropping things that I still needed just to get some new materials that I found, you know? Well, if you wanna, a lot of the basic stuff is required to make like fancy rooms and shit. But thankfully there is that device that lets you know where the nearest material is and kind of gives you a waypoint to find it. As long as you make that, I guess it's pretty easy. But I would still like to be able to carry more things. Exactly, that's what I mean. It keeps you from playing longer because you have to go back and dump your inventory. And then when you're like so far away, it's kind of tedious to just slowly swim all the way back. I mean, some games just make certain things stackable, you know? So it'd be nice if at least, I don't know, food and water could be. Or if not food and water, just some of the basic stuff. Small stacks. So the content takes longer, pets the runtime. But people really love this game though. Gotta get into it. Gotta get into it. Early access roadmap. No official dates for big updates, huh? Alright, let's see. Let's. It is now officially 2 a.m. for me, and I think it is time for me to go to bed. I'm gonna eat a little bit of yams, then I'm gonna read my book, and then I'm gonna get a big rest. I will not be online tomorrow because I will be hanging out with my brother for some family time. So the inventories are better than the shop one, where now it's each item only takes 1 item slot. The sub one? What do you mean? Yes. I'll wait for Axelos's response. The sub one? A Sub-Zero? Ah. What was it before? Things like metal scraps takes 4. They had size. Okay, that is annoying as fuck. And then you gotta like organize it like you're in a Resident Evil. I get you now. I get you. Yeah, at least it is better than that. That would be super fucking deep. Well, kiddos, I gotta go. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I don't know if... Yeah, no, I'm gonna send you guys to Oblivion, and I hope you guys like that. Yeah, Diablo style inventory back. Gotta like fit all this shit together. Enjoy the darkness, you know? Enjoy the nothingness of the void. I will be back maybe the day after tomorrow. We'll see, we'll see. And then I will play more Dishonored and I will finish it because I think we're like 2 missions away from final, 2 or 3. I'm not, don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure we're pretty close to the end. I will see you guys next time. Oblivion, where Voldemort depravedly walked to. Yay! What was it? What was the line? Voldemort sighed wickedly, shook his head godlessly, then walked away depravedly. Yes. I'm gonna godlessly leave now, guys. Enjoy the void! Goodbye, everyone! I hope you have a good rest of your day. I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Bye, goodbye. Hope everything you set out to accomplish today will be accomplished, okay? Right? Convert him! It was so funny. Holy. Alright, I'm going. Alright, goodbye everyone. Goodbye.